it's a person.
Oh, that one is? Because John is like...
So, it won't, no, it's just that they're going to question and act like it's my fault.
Oh, I don't know what happens. Yeah.
Right. Which is, when I talk to how are you? Right. So when I spoke, it was like, yeah, it should be it, right? But first, that's when you walked up and they just said, put me first. And then I was just like, oh. Right. Well, right, but she wasn't around. I didn't care about it. I was giving you wrong thing.
How many? Do you know how many? I think it's over there. Yeah, 550. All right. All right. Good evening. Welcome, everybody. Today is Tuesday, February 11th, and this is the business meeting for the Cave Creek Unified School District, and it is 6 p.m. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right. Item 1.3, roll call. All members of the cabinet are here. Dr. Pletnick, Dr. Hendrickson, Dr. Jensen, and Mr. Dolezal, and all members of the board are present. Item 1.4, formal adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any modifications?
3.6,
Okay, where would you like to have that placed?
wherever you would like.
After action consent?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All in favor of accepting the modified or adjusted agenda, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. President's report, 1.5. I had the opportunity to attend the cultural fair at Sonoran Trails, and hats off to all of the students who put in a lot of work and research into finding out about different countries and cultures across the world. And a lot of them had some very tasty little snacks that were indicative of that particular country. I also was at the recent signing day at Cactus Shadows, and congratulations to all of our athletes who have signed letters of intent to participate in sports at their chosen college. And that is my report. So 1.6 board comments.
I had the opportunity to attend First Friday at Horseshoe Trails and spend some time with Mr. P, just talking about obviously why many are here tonight. Also got the chance to, since we've last actually had a meeting, went to Horseshoe Trails, went to Black Mountain, met with Dr. Jensen, Dr. Plutnik, Dr. Hendrickson to talk about kind of the future, where we're going and how we get there, and the different key points in coming to the decisioning that we're all going to have to face tonight.
I was able to attend some sporting events. The elementary school had their first cross-country meet last Friday, so congratulations to everyone that participated in that. That was followed by right after Black Mountain Science Night. Always a highlight, although it is my last science night as a parent for quite some time, unless I'm visiting other children. But it's always great to see the excitement there with all the kids and their projects that they had worked on. Also got to attend the last JV home game for the boys soccer, and then also see the senior night as well. Those senior recognitions just seem to be coming very fast. So it's just the end of the school year will be here before you know it. And that's it.
Well, I haven't had a chance to do too much besides take in all this stuff, but I am very excited about the fact that tomorrow I am getting interviewed by one of the IB students. Is Josephine here? Shoot. But I am really looking forward to that, so that's all I've got right now.
Yes, I had the opportunity to attend the recognition breakfast for the teachers and the staff in the CCUSD community at the summit on the 29th of January, and it was certainly fun to get to know some of our outstanding staff members and teachers and learn a little bit about their backgrounds and what makes them excited to be in our district and why they chose our district and all of that. So that was great. And then, I did have the opportunity to wade through, I don't know, somewhere probably around 200 emails. So shout out goes to all of you for getting involved and sharing your insights and your thoughts and all of that. Believe me, it is so appreciated to have such involvement and such caring and all of that within our district. And so it doesn't go unnoticed, unrecognized. It might have gone unacknowledged only because there were so many, but believe me, they were noted, researched, studied, all of that. And then I can't resist to give a shout out to Kevin Pine, who signed football for Fort Lewis College, and I'm from Durango, so yay. Anyway, just had to share that.
Okay. Item 1.7, Superintendent's Report.
President Busby, members of the board, speaking of which, congratulations to the students listed who signed their commitments during Spring Signing Day on February 5th. Cole Mays, football, Northern Arizona University. Kevin Pine, football, Fort Lewis College. Cole Nelson, football, Papago Pumas. Aaron Phillips, football, Black Hills University. And Cole Robinson, swim, University of Redlands. I also got to go to the boys' senior soccer night as well as the AP art show. It consistently and constantly amazes me how talented our students are both in and out of the classroom. I also got to attend the parent education night, a presentation by Teen Lifeline on suicide awareness, prevention, and resiliency skills. We will be sending out a letter and a survey to parents later this year asking for their input on what topics they would like us to focus on for our parent education nights next year. We do have 2 Falcons up for awards from AZ Central Sports this week. Miles Godfrey is up for Boys Basketball Player of the Week after hitting a game-winning three-pointer with 3 seconds left to give the Falcons a win over St. Mary's, 69-68. And Morgan Bear is up for Athlete of the Week after scoring 4 goals and adding 2 assists in 2 soccer matches last week, leading the Falcons to wins over Saguaro and Marcos Deniza. And that concludes my superintendent's report.
All right. Item 2.1, financial presentation presented by Mr. Dolezal, Doctors Plutnik, Hendrickson, and Jensen.
President Busby, members of the board, this presentation is in light of some board requesting to try and get more clear and more simple and try and simplify the economics and the situation that we're in. So this is in a response for that. I will be doing most of the talking, but someone may chime in as well. if I can get the clicker. All right, so some basic information is one of the things that we've been asked is, okay, there were numbers on December 3rd, there were different numbers on February 3rd, so how did that get there? So back with the focus group, data was pulled at a specific date. It only included elementary schools. The middle and high school were not up. Again, we've got the 47% of our occupancy at elementary schools in that inefficiency. We've got the one middle school, one high school, so they were not reflected in there. And the same information that was provided to the focus group was then what the focus group board presentation had. That data didn't include the B-weight, the ADM add-on. Savings on December 3rd were also conservative to show a savings would be achieved. After doing research and talking with other CFOs, Dr. Pletnick, we used a 14% in that 1,000 category that where salaries are done. So that was a 14%, again, wanting to be conservative. And then that savings did not reflect sixth grade students moving to Sonoran Trails either. And then ultimately, once boundaries were adjusted, specific efficiencies and savings could be calculated. So Dr. Hendrickson and his team did staffing models based on policy in terms of where our efficiencies would arrive at. So again, just kind of backstepping a little bit, here was the initial numbers. And again, that's that 1,000 category in our budget, and that 14% savings, again, a standard numbers used as far as you're projecting out before we start modeling. If you do that, again, add those two numbers up, it comes up to about $380,000. Average teacher salary with benefits, all of that included, is about $70,000. So that 14% was really forecasting about a savings of 5.43 teachers. Then projected student transfer numbers, when we got that going to Black Mountain, Horseshoe Trails, Sonoran Trails, looking at class size and staffing, again, could be examined. So falling back, December 3rd presentation, that 14% conservatively was 5.43 teachers. And what we realized is just how inefficient 5 schools is to run, because when we did the projections, once the students moved and teachers moved with them and all of that, turns out that we would save 9 classroom certified teachers, 7 specials, and 5 exceptional student services positions. So really at a total of 21 teachers. Again, just in those efficiencies and where staffing would be necessary. Again, just as a quick review, couple of things we want to draw your attention to. The first thing up top is the RCL, revenue control limit. Again, for this year, that is currently sitting at $28,495. And again, historically, for certainly the past 5 years and moving into 10, the district has consistently taken DAA, that district additional assistance, and that moved that $2 million over in to help cover the shortfall in our RCL. So we have been overspending our revenue control limit and using district additional assistance, which should be for things like capital buildings, repairs, fields, Chromebooks, anything like that from a capital standpoint. Again, those are the two numbers that we want to make sure everybody's clear on. So again here, looking at the whole district, M&O for fiscal year 25, we're currently sitting at $28,495 is again where our budget sits. Our current expenditures, so as of the 6th, our current expenditures are $30,800,000. So as of the 6th, we have already overspent about $2.4 million above our M&O funding. Please note, expenditures can still change. We are still in fiscal year 25. So we have all the way through June 30th. So hopefully everybody's question is, where do we get the $2 million plus from? Please be aware, we don't run in deficits. We run in shortfalls. We cannot be in deficit. So we have to balance our budget every year. So where do we get these $2 million plus from? Just in the slide before, I had talked about that DAA, that district additional assistance, had been slid over to the tune of $2 million. And then any carry forward we have, which is reserve budget from a previous year that we carry forward, that's how we have to cover those expenses. So now let's look at fiscal year 26. So one, if we realize the exact same student loss and state funding remains the same. So state funding is $5,013 at the base level right now. If that does not change, and that's every year the legislature decides that, but right now, if that does not change, and we realize the exact same student loss as the previous year, okay, our base level support would be 24.5, transportation control limit 24. So ultimately, our revenue control limit, the budget with which we need to live within, is just short of $27 million, $26,944. Okay. Again, this year's funding, $28,495. Next year's funding, if everything stayed the same, if we lost the same number of students, would go down to $26,944. Again, just that difference right there is $1.5 million. Okay, much of that, we have almost 400 students graduating as seniors. We're bringing in 200 and change in kindergarten. So therein is a lot of that decrease. So again, as of the 6th of February, we've spent $30,800,000. Okay? If we assume, if no changes are done, if we are going to continue spending as we are, okay, and we've just projected our revenue control limit at 26.9, that 30,800,000 minus that almost 27 million, we are short almost $4 million next year. How do we cover that? Well, we either need to cut expenses, which we haven't talked about on the last slide. We need to use capital. So again, are we going to slide DAA over to M&O, or are we going to use carry forward? That's how we need to cover that. All right, again, cover costs. These are the same numbers. All this is done is it's added. Okay. Our capital projection, and again, if we recall, capital projection is done on previous year. So we have a good idea what our enrollment was at the 100th day. So we feel we can accurately project out what our capital will be for next year. So again, we want to keep at least $1 million in capital to cover the approximate $850,000 in FY26 capital expenses. That's what we've been spending the last couple of years, so we feel that $850,000 will be consistent. So again, we want to keep $1 million rather than sliding $2 million, which has been our habit. Rather than sliding $2 million and keeping just $200,000, we want to keep $1 million and slide 1.2 over in to help cover the shortfall. So again, if we do that, we take 3.9, reduce that by 1.2, that still leaves us with almost a $2.7 million budget shortfall to cover. Again, one of the things that we've heard about from the Auditor General, one of the reasons that we are a district at high risk is because we continue to move capital monies and redirect it to operations. So then questions have come up about carry forward. We can Band-Aid it, we can hold it off. Again, what we can do and what we should do, I would argue, are two different things. So again, we have our difference. We have the move to capital. We have that balance to cover. Carry forward can be used. Our current M&O carry forward right now is about $3.7 million. Please know we are already eating into that. So any additional expenses in FY25 is going to reduce that $3.7 million carry forward and decrease that. Okay? If M&O funding or fiscal year 25 expenses change, our carry forward changes. So please know that's not a number that just stays static. That's based on spending, and as we increase spending this year, then the carry forward for next year will go down. Again, a reminder, fiscal year ends June 30th, and about in mid-August, we will have this year's fiscal year 25 expenses are finalized, and that's when Dr. Pletnick can really report out, here is what we know is the final carry forward based on our spending. School closures. We recognize school closures may decrease ADM funding, but again, the expense savings are absolutely achieved. December 3rd, the presentation showed that even with an ADM loss, the impact of expense savings is beneficial. And February 3rd, the presentation showed more specific savings after knowing boundaries and staffing impact. We are and have been overspending our M&O, putting us in high risk as seen by the Auditor General's report. In conversations we've had, it has absolutely been told to Dr. Pletnick, we need to stop moving all our DAA over. Again, now multiple scenarios have been run, trying to help make them available to understand here. Again, student loss on ADM funding, what does that percentage look like? And then using current spending to project savings. Again, something that's come up is passing an override, bond going out for bonds. Yes, those are all measures that we absolutely can take. Please understand that that does not rid us of our duty and our burden to regulate our spending, to get our spending into our budget that we are given every year. Overrides and bonds are extra things. They're in addition. They're beyond what we have within our regular budget. They are not Band-Aids to put on to continue to spend more money than we're getting in by being inefficient. So again, just to remember, RCL, revenue control limit, DAA, district additional assistance, and this is where we sit at this year. Again, that 28.4 and that 2 million. So looking at this, that very first line, full rollover. So if literally every kindergarten through 11th grader stayed in CCUSD and just rolled forward, if every single one stayed, you can see that we're still down about $350,000. Why are we down that $350,000? Because we're graduating more seniors than we're bringing in kindergartners. Okay, so that revenue control limit would be 28.1 million. If we match this year's loss, so if next year we see the exact same losses that we saw this year, our revenue control limit would be almost 27 million, 26.9. Okay. Now the scenarios below are all taking different schools individually and then combined in terms of potential closures as well as what losses to be forecasted. So again, if you look at Desert Sun, Lone Mountain, and then Desert Sun and Lone Mountain, you've got an initial scenario where 15% additional student loss. Please know that's in addition to the 9% that we've already factored in. So we've already taken out, here's if this is the same loss as the previous year, okay, now an additional 15% loss, you can see then what the revenue control limit is on the right-hand side. Again, all of these, so Desert Mountain and Lone Mountain and both, you see the 15%. We did a scenario then where it's an additional 15% to our SPED funding hit. Then we did the 12.5% and an additional 12.5% SPED again. 12.5% is what, again, the industry standard is to kind of look at projecting. And then we also looked at, we know this is a tough decision. We know this is hard. What if our community rallied together, came together, stayed together, and there was not that loss? So what if there was only a 6.25% loss? What does that look like? So again, those are there for Desert Sun, Lone Mountain, and then both. We also ran some scenarios, you can see at the very bottom with the Desert Sun and Lone Mountain scenario, that we increased and added a 25% to Lone Mountain, increased a 10% to Sonoran Trails, again, trying to put out different scenarios really to work through our modeling with Dr. Pletnick. So here's how you can compare. If we go back, okay, pick an RCL. Which one of those scenarios would you like to look at? That's the top line. Again, consistently, we're going to move that 1.2 million from DAA over to M&O. So that gives us our budget capacity. Now we need to look at our expenses. Okay, so now we can fill in the expenses from no changes, DSA closure, LMES closure, or both Desert Sun and Lone Mountain closure. And those are coming on slides to come. But wanted to kind of see you, have you see the modeling that we've done, and we'll give you some examples. And ultimately, that will tell you where's our budget surplus or where's our budget shortfall. So again, if we make no changes, that one on the left-hand side is going to say the same for all of these. If we make no changes, we have our 27 or 26.9%, the 1.2 to M&O, so our budget capacity is at 28.1 million. Again, if we take our current expenditures, because we are not changing anything, and we'll estimate them at $30.8 million, again, we know that's today, that is not the end of the year, but that leaves us a budget shortfall right now of $2.7 million. Okay, and again, that's going to stay the same on the next three examples. Okay, closing Desert Sun and losing 15%, taking into account the projected staffing savings and facility savings, we go, you can see our RCL, our revenue control limit, that goes down. Again, if we have less students, we get our RCL is impacted. The DAA to M&O stays the same, so our budget capacity is 28 million. Difference is our expenses have gone down to 29.8. So that, in and of itself, leaves us with a budget shortfall of 1.8. Okay, again, next scenario, one on the left is the same. That's that negative 2.6. Again, assuming expenses stay the same and we've not done anything. Closing Lone Mountain, and again, losing 15% of enrollment, but taking into account staffing savings as well as facility savings, RCL drops to 26.6. DAA to M&O remains the same. Our budget capacity, okay, again, you'll see that lower because it's less students, is almost 28 million, 27.9. Our expenses, again, though, have gone to 29.5, which leaves us a budget shortfall of 1.6, almost 1.7 million. Now, again, slide on the left is no changes. However, closing Desert Sun and Lone Mountain, again, losing 15%, and then incorporating the staffing savings as well as facility savings, our revenue control limit drops to 26.5. DA to M&O stays the same. Our budget capacity goes to 27.7, almost 8. And our expenses go to 27.7, almost 8. At that point in time, there is actually a very small, but a surplus. We are balanced. Some other considerations asked to address. Some district level reductions. Talking as superintendent, cabinet level positions were reduced from 5 to 4. I did not feel that our size warranted a superintendent of both elementary and secondary levels. We have had a public information officer in the past. That position's been eliminated and taken on by the superintendent or designees. Our human resources staffing in the last year has been reduced from 4 positions to 3. Exceptional student services. The department has had as many as 6 people. Currently, we're operating with 4. However, one of them is vacant and one of them is currently part-time. We are also moving away from the vacant assistant director to an alternative school principal as we work to bring back students who we have currently placed outside the district, those level C students. Facilities, over the past years, facilities has reorganized staffing and decreased from 29 to 19 employees. Plant managers have been eliminated. Ground staff have been reduced to 4. They now serve as substitutes for plant managers and custodial float positions that were eliminated. The maintenance team has remained at 5, and they take on a significant portion of all the work around the district that used to be handled by the sites before they were eliminated. Child nutrition staffing has been reduced by 7 positions, as well as the child nutrition administrative assistant is half day they do their admin work, and the other half day they're actually out in the kitchen helping. Ed services, the department consists of 1 assistant superintendent and 3 directors, down from 2 assistant superintendents and 4 directors. Ed services is also at 1.5 support staff, down from previous numbers as high as 4. Our ed technology staff at the district is down to 4 support staff from 6 previously here at the district office. Our field techs also serve multiple campuses now, so that has been reduced from 7 to 4 positions. ECS is currently staffed with 2 managers and 2 support staff. This has been reduced over the years from at one point the 1 director and 9 support staff. Our warehouse and deliveries, our warehouse specialists have been reduced from 2 to 1. Transportation has remained consistent with the director and the number of positions at 2. There's been various organizations, for instance, a lead mechanic versus a fleet supervisor, same person, just at different times was called a different title, or admin assistant / dispatcher versus a transportation coordinator. They had reduced the office, they have reduced one office position in order to add a mechanic position this year. However, that position is currently vacant. So again, that gives you an idea of different modes and methods and ways that district has certainly cut back on things in order to try and keep spending impacts from hitting the classroom. On a final note with that, we've also reached out and contacted Hanover Research as well as a local educational financial consultant to consider using them to conduct an outside evaluation of all district expenditures and efficiencies, including but not limited to staffing as well as academic and business practices. Once we have met and got a scope and the cost, we will bring that information to the board for your consideration. Repurposing district properties. Again, we've talked about this before, but just to review that, first thing we want to do is look to bring back some students that are currently placed outside of the district due to specialized needs. We want to start small. We've started small actually this year with a student and continue with our level C students in order to attempt to reduce the $2.6 million we spend for outplacement costs. While an alternative program requires special staff and resources, ultimately, we believe it would save on tuition and transportation and potentially generate revenue by accepting out-of-district students if there is space available. The site could also house online testing, an alternative to a suspension program, and serve as a district emergency center. Another option for repurposing, the ECS, the Education and Community Services Center, could serve as a hub for education and community programs. Preschool expansion, there could be a separate preschool there. Discussion has been with them in terms of adding 2-year-olds to attract families and increase revenue. Community classes, programs for all ages could be run there, including seasonal break activities for all of our families and community members. Homeschool and micro school students, classroom rentals, elective classes funded through ESA dollars are a possibility. The facility rentals, meeting, training space for businesses, counselors, therapists could all be part of that education and community center. And other community use, we can continue the athletic, theater, and activity space rentals in our spaces. We've also explored future property use with experts such as ROI Properties and Gus Rosenfeld. They are currently helping us clarify land deeds and title commitments for all CCUSD properties. They provide expert insight into options for repurposing properties. This could range from long-term leasing to AAA tenants to affordable teacher and workforce development housing. If selling properties ultimately becomes necessary, they can assist in that area as well. Sustainability Partners is another group we've met with. They provide capital for public projects, so they don't work with any private entities, only public works projects, where public entities find themselves in situations similar to us where we don't have an abundance of capital in reserve, so a limited capital, and they help with those issues. City collaborations, again, we've engaged with Carefree and Cave Creek already. We have Scottsdale meetings this week, and we're still waiting to hear from Phoenix in terms of scheduling those meetings to continue to collaborate with our excellent city partners. And then additionally, we recommend that a committee that continues to explore and support the usage of district properties that are no longer serving as schools. This should be an ongoing group moving forward and would help shape offerings at the ECS Center, as well as determine property asset usage decisions as we move forward in the future. And lastly, as I've said about our vision and where we need to go, the vision for CCUSD in the future is a fiscally responsible and solvent district with powerful learning schools and centers that focus on meeting the needs of our community kids through comprehensive K-12 schools and opportunities. Our schools will have well-rounded programming to promote the academic growth, the artistic growth, the physical growth, and the mental health of our students. This is about creating a sustainable approach that empowers students and teachers to thrive. This is about CCUSD balancing prudent financial management and educational excellence. This is the future story of CCUSD schools, a story worth telling and celebrating. With that, we will entertain questions from the board.
I'll start. You had mentioned that we can run on shortfalls. Can you explain to the public what that means?
So the difference between a shortfall, so a shortfall, again, we've got a revenue control limit, and I should go back, but 28.5. So we have now spent 30.8. We are now at a shortfall.
Okay.
So how do we have fallen short of staying within that budget, that revenue control limit. So in order, again, we don't have an option not to be in our budget.
Correct.
So that shortfall, how do we address that? Addressing that this year, and historically, we've moved $2 million from that district additional assistance over to M&O to cover those expenses. If you remember, I believe that still leaves us about $300,000 short of where we are right now. So that shortfall comes from carry forward dollars or cutting expenses.
And can you also explain where, I think, I'm just trying to make the public all aware, M&O comes from enrollment, and then our DAA is the previous year, which is our capital. Can you explain where carry forward comes from?
Well, I'll start, but I will turn it over to Dr. Pletnick as our CFO and expert in that area. However, if we have savings in one year, if we do not spend money in a previous year, that money is what is carried forward into the following year. So, Dr. Pletnick, if you'd like to.
Yes. So if you look at, we have about $3.7 million in carry forward this year. So that's money we did not spend out of our M&O from the previous year.
Okay.
But remember,
And
with
it could
that,
be
we
previous
moved
years.
Years, yes. Now we moved $2 million over into our M&O. So essentially, part of that 3.7 carry forward is from that money we've been moving over from that capital. Because if you look at our capital carry forward, because it's the same thing, we've reduced in the past 4 or 5 years capital carry forward from $2.2 million to, by the end of this year, we'll be maybe at $1 million.
Okay. And then my last question with the presentation is, I think a bunch of us have asked and still haven't seen the breakout of what the savings was. I know at our first work studies, there was a savings on from efficiencies of moving 6th grade to middle school. But it kind of just gets combined in with everything.
So what slide? Do you want me to go back to a slide?
I thought that was going back to the, what is it, 1,000 something carry positive? I think that's.
Yeah, so maybe if we go to the closing 2 schools scenario versus doing nothing. Yeah, there we go. And this is including Sonoran Trails savings or not including Sonoran Trails savings?
Yeah, Member Walker. So that 2.6 million that I presented at the last work study. So when we look at moving 6th grade to Sonoran Trails, there would only be a need for 8 teachers. Currently, we have 10 teachers in 6th grade, so that's already a reduction of 2 positions right there. And then when you look at support staff at the 2 closing sites, and then the consolidation of teachers, there's a number of teaching positions, support staff positions, administrative positions that are all of your savings.
Okay, but we don't have a breakout just at that for just 6th grade to the middle school.
2 teachers.
Just the 6th grade to the middle school, it's a savings of 2 teachers, so an average about $140,000, just
Okay.
those 2 positions.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Well, yeah, I'll go back to that one really quick, if you could, please. Thank you. All right, so start with the 1,279 in the savings there. How do where's the surplus? Give or take the wrong wording, but if we're going to give teachers an increase, if we're going to do certain things, how does that impact that little number right there?
Well, notice what we didn't touch on. This is carry forward.
No, I got you.
So that if we're going to, again, what we're looking at is the savings we realize next year, but also there's savings that we're going to realize, again, operating more efficiently the next year. So what we're looking at doing is if we are balancing, again, and I won't speak for Mr. Dolezal, but
Well, I'll go ahead and jump in. Ultimately, with the closing of Desert Sun and Lone Mountain and us getting to this point here, it is absolutely my plan to bring back to the governing board to actually to offer the teachers that 1%. I know it's not a huge number. I know that's not it, but again, it's a positive step in the right direction as we continue to go through that. So that would be something. And again, to cover that, there would be that carry forward and or DAA that we do have in reserve at that point in time. That is a risk that we're willing to take and that we would support.
Okay.
And that 1% increase isn't in here. That would come out of our $3.7 million of carry forward that we still have.
Correct.
Or instead of moving 1.2 million from our DAA, we would increase it to the 2 million like we've been doing for the last
Or
10
1.5.
years. Well, this has the 1.2, and a 1% increase, I think, is more than $800,000, right?
It's between 300 and 350.
Okay.
Again, and that's for certified, classified, non-administrative.
Okay.
And Member Walker, if I can jump in too, and
Yeah.
the other thing that we will be looking at is once we the dust is settled, we see what enrollment loss looks like. Hopefully we haven't hit that 12.5% or 15% that Dr. Pletnick has put in. But once we see enrollment loss, once we see some revenue streams coming in and see where our efficiencies are, is being able to come back mid-year to be able to say, okay, here's some additional savings, and offering that either built back into the base as an additional jump in salary, which is already built into the language within teacher contracts, or building that into as a one-time stipend for that year. So that would be evaluated mid-year.
Well, and again, just so the board recalls as well, this is with base level funding staying the same. I mean, there's supposed to be a 2%. The legislature has to work through it. You know, that's a wait and see game. But again, if we do get a 2% increase, then we're talking about $100 more per student. Multiplying that out, that's another potentially. Again, we don't know this for sure. We won't know till the budget passes. But could be approximately another $400,000 to $500,000.
I'm mildly confused because I'm just trying to there's many things to wrap your head around here. And what I'm hearing now is that we are talking about, I don't even know how to say this exactly, but we're talking about carrying forward, and the carry forward is including this DAA that we're taking from M&O. Is that right? No?
Member Fortney, if you look at any of these numbers on the slide, that does not include using any of our carry forward. So again, after expenses this year, carry forward, I believe in the work study, I showed you the carry forward. I would have to bring it up, but somewhere around $1 million, just over $1 million. Again, depending upon our expenditures that we have, and right now there's 3.7 in carry forward that we would like to keep. If you look at it and you look at our expenses and say about $2.6 million a month, that would give us a little over a month of backing in case something did happen with expenses. And just like at home, you do want to have some money in reserve in case it's needed. And right now,
ultimately, we would target 3 months of expenses. Mm-hmm. It would be nice to have 3 months of expenses and carry forward just for any type of emergency. And member Fortney, I'm gonna take a stab at what you asked because I think it was a little different than that. Mm-hmm. So if we move $2 million over from M&O or from DAA into M&O, and then we have extra M&O, that's where some of that $2 million that was moved could be lumped into carry forward. I think that's what you were asking.
Kind of what it sounded like was what it was.
So right, again, we're sliding that over and taking it out of DAA because DAA its own account. So if it is moved and we have reserve, honestly, where did some of that carry forward come from in the most recent years has been ESSER. Like ESSER and that funding put a nice Band-Aid on things and held things together where we continued to overspend past our budget. But that is really what has helped us a great deal. Again, all of that ESSER funding is gone.
And when are we looking at, in these scenarios, when are we looking at stopping moving this $2 million every year? We've been doing it forever, right? So is it looking like then we will be able to not do this anymore?
Every one of those scenarios presented on the slide moves, again, based upon current student enrollment. If capital funding, DAA funding stays the same at the state this year when they pass the budget, it's about a little over $2.2 million we would have in capital funding. All of these scenarios move 1.2 out of the 2.2 over to M&O. So we essentially are just moving just slightly over half of it. So we're making progress in moving the DAA to M&O.
We still have to keep moving.
We are inevitably in a cash burn, and they're trying to stop it. The challenge, though, that concerns me the most is the conversation that hasn't happened, which is the overall loss of students. Cactus Shadows 365 from 2022 to 2025 represents $1.8 million in revenue lost to the district. Sonoran Trails 167 for $835,000, and it keeps ticking. It keeps ticking down through all of our elementary schools. So my question is we're going to make a very tough decision. And unfortunately, there is really no right decision in this equation. I've spent time in Dr. Pletnick's office, and I think I beat him up enough on modeling that he's tired and I'm tired, but we're still tired. The reality to it is we have our, as many have alluded to, our flagship, but it's bleeding, student loss. We're talking about a lot of conversation about not getting people to come into the elementary. I get that. But our biggest pain point is our middle school and our high school as far as retention and move forward goes. I do believe that moving 6 up to middle school might potentially mitigate some of that in the fact that we're getting more time with the students and the families. But it still doesn't address the fact of, is there been any conversation or modeling done around trying to slow down our turnover at the middle school and the high school to potentially bring some revenue back in? We're spending a lot of time about closing schools, and we're focused on elementary, but really there's a bigger thing in front of us that I don't think we've really spent any time addressing.
Well, Member Moore, thank you for that. And again, I'd like to hearken back. When you look at inefficiencies, again, running 5 schools at 47% capacity is a huge inefficiency, and where we need to be better. Looking at the high school, we see the most departure is really that 8th to 9th transition. So again, there was a 10% loss freshman year, and then from there it dwindles. By the time they're seniors, it's 1%. Again, and Dr. Pletnick, if you have that handy. One of the reasons that, I believe it's actually better for kids in a 6, 7, 8 model. That's me personally and what I believe in terms of middle school and where that sweet spot is. But the other thing is that also takes us out of the similar cycle of districts around us where everybody finishes elementary school at 6th grade, and so that's a transition time. I mean, those are when transition times occurs. I do believe that we can get our 6th graders at Sonoran Trails, then we can keep them for the 3 years. And again, then we continue to work with the high school. I think steps have been made between coaches, between programs coming down there and talking with kids. I also know that our middle school principals literally make phone calls to all the students they hear that are leaving. We will do whatever we can, but if a parent picks up the phone and tells me that I want a Catholic education, I can't compete with that. And when they're coming and telling principals as early as this time that, this is our plan, this is what's important to our family. Respect that. We're here. We constantly get kids back. We're getting, numbers we're getting back from Pinnacle now are rising. Success breeds success, and there's some successful things going on at the high school that can help with that.
Correct. Coach Dixon.
And others.
And others. I'm saying there's a lot of movement going on. What are we doing to ensure that, though? And I think that's the piece to the vision is we're a lot of everything, and there's a little bit of a a moment of discipline that has to come into play in order to financially right-side anything, meaning you have to be focused. We cannot be everything to everybody, unfortunately. We don't have that kind of capital. So I'm just trying to understand as we're making these decisions, the decisions are basically one step. Tonight's like basically the starting line. Whatever decision's made, it's the start of the next phase as we kind of navigate through this. I guess the other piece is when I look at the 1279, how many students above the fallout that we currently already have put us into a deficit? Or because there's a point of like we make these decisions, and again, some of the simple math would be at about 150 district-wide loss, we potentially net zero. So all of this would be potentially for nothing.
So we can go back and start running numbers if you would like. However, we also need to consider if we lose students and we no longer need staff, then staff reductions will follow with that. So Dr. Pletnick, did you want to?
No, and that's where if you're looking at the 15, 15% on each, that is, and I can get the raw numbers for you in respect to how many students that is, but it's 15% of the current enrollment. And then if you look at it, we're right on that breaking point. So as you increase above that 15%, it puts us back in that shortfall position. Again, not as great of a shortfall, but it would put us back in that shortfall position. And that's why I think it's imperative that some form of action is taken. Again, what we're looking at is decisions have to be made, whether that is, again, the recommendation of 2 schools, if it's 1 school, if it's no schools, that we have to get back in line. So the question is,
correct,
what else are you going to cut? Where are you going to make those changes in order to get back in that line? And the closer we can get back to that 0 point, the cuts aren't as deep at that point. So as you look at attrition moving forward, and you look at the enrollment numbers, which the enrollment reports in the board packet, you can see, we're bringing in 220 in kinder, and then we're going to graduate another 300. So you see there's going to be another loss of, even if it's 80, 90 students. Then the year after that, and if you look at some point, if we continually bring in 200 there's going to be that flattening out phase. But until there is that phase, that you're going to see that natural attrition, which means your revenue control, unless the state changes funding for some reason, is going to continue to drop. So the question is, do you take cuts now to try to get back to even, or again, do we delay and do smaller things and cut programs? That's going to be your call on that one.
Again, we need to align our spending to our available budget.
Correct.
That is, the number is the number. So how we get there, again, what gets us closest to the 0 and allows us, again, if we get two schools closed and we have some additional loss, we have carry forward to make up for the shortfall for years to come. If we do not take that action, and we have to determine how are we going to get to that number, right? Does the board want to risk covering it all in terms of carry forward and leaving a razor thin margin of carry forward where we have no ability to handle any type of emergency, any type of scenario? That is certainly not something that I feel comfortable recommending or feel comfortable doing from an economic standpoint. Or to get to the number, do we have to make other cuts? So that is where we are in terms of the number's the number, and the number doesn't lie. If we can get to that, again, we can use carry forward for years to come. If we don't close 2 schools, then I worry how much and how quick that's going to go. Again, I will state, I do not believe it will be beneficial for CCUSD to have schools that are not comprehensive schools, that do not meet the needs of all of our students, again, from an academic, physical, artistic, and mental health perspective. That is not something that I think is good for kids, nor something that this community and this school district has been known for. It may take hard decisions to get there, but that is the basis of our recommendation.
Well, I don't think cutting programs is really an option. I know there's going to be a lot of debate around that tonight. I don't see even how that's a conversation. But to the point, if we're really looking at this, play out the hand with the recommendation of 2, fallout based on projection, then we're sitting here this time talking about a number 3. So my question being is, what does it look like if you walk that in a little bit different? You do 1, then you look at the stabilization of the district and go, what can I gain and save? Because we really, yes, you've made some cuts. Again, cuts should come top down, not bottom up. So we've got to focus on what's left in the tank that makes sense, get a little uncomfortable. We're all in this together. I think, obviously, as a board, we need to come together and figure out how we can support in a better capacity. But I think just lumping into this, it's, like I said, there's no good out in this equation. So you want to speak to...
Yeah, and that's a conversation that you and I have had. Can we go to the Desert Sun slide right here? Okay, so again, closing 1 school in the projections, that is still $1.8 million in a shortfall. So that 1.8 would have to be covered somewhere. Remember, we have $3.7 million in carry forward. So essentially, you will be taking half of your carry forward and using it to cover if that is the only change you make. So
That's also assuming that no additional spending happens this year.
Correct. And as we know, we are in February. We have many months to go. So if we approach that $32 million that we spent last year again, that 1.8 is going to increase. So that means more and more of that carry forward, is going to be a problem. If you choose to close 1, again, we can use the carry forward, but the question becomes: are you comfortable with having less than half a month's operating expenses available in case something happens? Because truly, that's what's going to occur on that side. You're going to go from 3.7 to 1.8 or less, again, based upon where we finish with our expenses. So again, 2.6 say a month that we spend. Now we're at the point of if all of a sudden our special ed costs increase, we need to hire contractors. You know, if something happens to one of the schools, or again, a number of different expenses that can occur. What we're doing is we are cutting it razor thin, as Mr. Dolezal said. Now, then what you're talking about is the next year, if we walk that fine line, that next year, and from my understanding of what you're asking is closing 2 schools that following year, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so if it would be 2 schools that following year, again, we would have to take in consideration savings. I mean, projecting it out is difficult kind of at this point because I don't have the follow-up to close 2 schools in next year coming out. But even if you take a $1.5 million loss off of that 26,775, remember natural attrition was about that 1.5 million. I mean, it drops you to, in the $25.2 million range. Then you would also assume that the capital or the DAA would drop, maybe say from 1.2 million down to 1 million on that. So it would really have to be, you would have, with about a $1.8 million carry forward, you'd have about a $28 million budget, maybe just slightly less than the $28 million budget at that point. So you would have to hope that the costs of closing 2 schools would cover that $28 million cost. As you can see, that means we would have to drop another about $2 million in closing each one of those schools. So that would break us to that even point that we saw with the 2 closures. Again, that's just kind of off the cuff in respect to looking at the numbers that we've been using for this modeling. But then again, now we're talking about closing 1 this year, but that would need to close 2 next year because that $2 million in savings would come from that closure that next year. So that would be a path that you would be talking about closing 3 elementary schools within these next 2 years.
And Member Moore, in a previous meeting and in a different scenario, you asked, can we do it? And my answer was to you was yes, we can. Since then, You have told me, and I've heard from other board members, just because the answer is we can does not mean we should, or to please be more boisterous in terms of a warning. So I am taking the moment now to be more boisterous with a warning. Because we can do it does not mean that we should. And again, like you, having examined all these, having reviewed them over and over and over, we feel all of this is a risk. We know that. The least risky and where we put ourselves in the best financial position to move forward and keep the excellence in academics that is CCUSD is the recommendation to close 2 schools at this point in time. Again, that'll ultimately be up to you, but I did want to, based on our previous conversations and the idea of can we do it versus should we?
No, fair.
I have another question about carry forward. Do we have history of how much we usually spend in that carry forward in the last year over year?
Yeah,
Because we're trying not to spend the 3.7, and we've reduced our, in history, we've moved over 2 million of DAA. And I get it, we're cash poor and we're trying to avoid that. But this 1.8 budget shortfall is really $1 million if I compare it to today, because in the past year over year, we've been moving 2 million instead of 1.2 million from DAA.
So, Member Walker, and this was in the last board presentation that I presented. If we look at our history of M&O carry forward, in fiscal year 21, there was $381,000 in carry forward. In fiscal year 22, just over $1 million. Fiscal year 23, we went up to 2.5 million, and now currently we're at 3.7 million in carry forward. Now, in order to look at that, you really have to examine the capital at the same time on that, where I believe fiscal year 20 was 2.2, but I have 21 in front of me at $2 million, just over $2 million. Fiscal year 22, 1.6. Fiscal year 23 is under 1.5 million. And this year it's under 1.2 million in carry forward. So yeah, as you can see, the capital carry forward's been decreasing, our M&O increasing, because we've been kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul on that one. And Esser helped us again in those years, especially 23.
And our capital expenses have remained about $850,000.
They've actually, $850,000, but they've been increasing, especially with Chromebooks and the one-to-one technology. So if you look at our expenditures in FY21, you're looking at $425,000, moving up to $600,000, then $750,000, and $840,000 this year. So those expenses have slowly crept up. And again, capital would be that pot of money where we pay for a lot of those pieces of technology, where as these Chromebooks age out, we need to use the capital to refresh those.
Well, and even programs, even computer programs and the like come out of there as well.
Well, we've got, I cannot resist the urge to just once again say, look at what we're having to talk about here. It is sad that we are in this situation that we are in, but there are reasons that we're in this situation. And part of it is this constant refusing to fund our schools by our legislature. That is a fact. And making school districts get by on the bare minimum and making us go out and try and get these bonds and overrides passed. And I've got some friends that are on some other boards that have a 30-year history of getting their bond and override passed every single year. It makes me kind of jealous. And yet, here, look at this community involvement here. This is like, there was no parking spaces. And This is community involvement. It is sad that it has to get to this point to really get this community involvement. We needed this community involvement the last few years. We missed a bond by 750 votes. But we couldn't get enough people out that would volunteer to make those phone calls and knock on those doors. That's a fact. I was out there, and I know that this was a fact. We needed this, and now, because of this lack of community involvement for history, what was the last bond, 2014?
2014 is the
And
last successful
override was
election.
2007?
Yes.
So that's, I don't know another word for it besides pathetic, that we cannot get more people involved. And we know, especially in those off-year votings, that, the turnout was so low that probably not everybody that could have voted that supported our schools even bothered to vote. And so that's why we're here. And that's why we have to make this decision. It doesn't make it any easier, and I'm not trying to make things more difficult, but we have to see what we're doing. And we're voting for people that are in the legislature that are not doing anything for our schools. That's for sure. They're not doing it in general, and they're certainly not doing it for Cave Creek. So we've come to this point. So I hope that when we talk about what we're going to be doing, we talk about how we can get this community a little bit more involved. When there's skin in the game, people come out. The Lone Mountain people came out in droves. And then, man, I missed that work study thing, and all hell broke loose. I was like, I started getting texts and emails and everything saying, what the heck, they're going to be cutting everything. And now we've got the high school folks are here. I'm glad you guys are here. It's awesome. But they're freaking out because now their IB program could be on the line. And so now they've got skin in the game. Well, 2025 would be a real good time to get a bond or an override passed. And yes, we still need to do some regulating of our spending. And yes, that would not address the enrollment issue. And yes, we probably still need to close schools one way or the other. But I hate the idea of saying, here's what we're going to do. We're going to close these schools, and all this community involvement goes away, or a darn huge part of it. Because I got a funny feeling, I'd hate to hear it, but I got a funny feeling that there would be way too many people that said, yeah, I'll come out and knock on doors. They would say, nope, close my school, I'm out of here. So I hope that it's just that part of the community that would do that. And not everybody, because we need this. We have a group of people that live up here that do not want to support the district. That's our burden to live with. But we have enough people that I think Mr. Kai said something about there was 89 people he surveyed, and 56 of them put their hand up and said, yes, I'll come out and knock doors. That's like 63%. I know enough about going out and knocking on doors and trying to get people
Yes, you do.
to go and come out and volunteer, that could easily be 0% that actually come out and show up and do it. But I'm hoping that it would be somewhere between that 0 and 63%. So something to think about. Yeah, we have to make this decision tonight, and it's not going to be tough. And I've heard it from like 4 people already. There is no right decision. But whatever we decide, I hope that we can still get some community involvement behind this district so that we can help this district out going forward, whether it's 2 elementary schools or 3 that we end up closing sometime down the road. Community is the big thing that I've heard over and over and over again. And so, prove me wrong. I worry that nobody will show up, but I am really excited to be proved wrong. So,
I like where you're going. So let's play off that, because I'm going to agree with you, and I know sometimes we don't agree. The reality to the question I asked about the 3 schools was simply this. I want to thank everybody for every email, every phone call. It's tough when you look at the numbers and you go, We're making decisions for kids at the end of the day. So to play off that is the reason I asked about making one and looking at two was this. Here's what I heard in all the conversations. Slow down. We're here. What can we do? Put us to work. It's what you said. I'm listening. So if we're going to move forward as a community, as a district, the right way forward is we got to take a little bit of risk for the long-term gain. And I believe this district has every ability to shine. Always have, always will. So I'm sitting on this board. We can go door to door, and I don't disagree. Bond and override. I also don't disagree with the fact that we have to go figure out how to raise capital. There's a lot of talented people in this room that are very creative in how to raise capital. We also have phenomenal PTOs that are funding certain activities that won't be cut because they're funded by the PTO. Thank you very much. Yes. Right now, all we're doing is talking about what we can't do, and we should be talking about what we can do. We can't fix the legislators. That's a voting game. I'm over it. I'm focused on no longer what we're here because of money mismanagement. Let's just get that off the table. We all said it, clap, hooray, boo. Let's acknowledge it and move on. That's the past. If we're going downstream and we're going to have a future, then we have to make tough decisions. But we also have to play a little bit of supporting our administration that is new, dealing with the understanding of we don't know everything. I'm going to tell you this right now. I can't tell you the number of hours I've spent in school finance, and I'm going to tell you this right now. We got to stop comparing schools to business. It's not the same. It's not. I'm sorry, there's no easy mechanics to this. What you've said as a community, be more transparent. Bring us along for the journey. Fine. If you want to go along for the journey, I say we make some tough decisions tonight, maybe not all of them, but then everybody goes for the journey because we board lead committees, we bring the public along for the decisions that we have to make in the long run. And I believe that, Mr. Fortney, will get you your bond or your override because all the public really wants is transparency. I think we overthink and overshoot and complicate things, and I think we just have to take a simple-minded approach to put the kids in the front. It's time to get to work. We got to support our superintendent. I believe he's 100% the right guy for the job. And I think we've got to come together as a board and start pushing on all scenarios. And listen, I'll go join in the door-to-door knocking. Heck, I can even figure out some marketing if you want.
Excellent. To that note, what we've also been obligated to do here is to, well, there are these three things that are on the agenda that we have to vote for. Four, yeah. Oh, right, the demolition thing. Moving the sixth graders, closing Desert Sun, closing Lone Mountain. And each of those has such a monstrous impact, but, you know, one way or the other. But what we still haven't seen, and maybe I'm asking for it the wrong way, is what are the costs? What are the savings, I should say, laid out? Say we do this thing and we, you know, I can't imagine it, but let's just say we close no schools tonight. What the stuff that Dr. Jensen rattled off at that work study thing, it made my head spin because it just never seemed to stop. Okay, fine. What are the savings if we cut the IB program? What are the savings if we cut elementary school specials? What are the savings if we increase class sizes to sardine-ish and cut cut all these teaching positions? I have not seen, so I may be asking. Let's say we end up. I say, and I'm not saying I'm doing this, but let's say I say yes to one school and no to the other. What have I voted for? That's the thing that I'm trying to talk about here, and I'm not really seeing it. If I vote for that, am I voting for every bit of it to come from Carry Forward, and yep, we're razor thin, or most of it to come from Carry Forward and a few cuts, or more cuts. I don't know exactly what the scenario would be.
Well, and Member Fortney, as somebody said earlier, no matter what the decision is, the real work starts then, because that scenario that you just did, I mean, we've seen the slide that goes, okay, if it's 1, it's
Right.
1.8 or whatever. I've also heard some people on the board say that not having comprehensive schools, that's my language, but that's what I'm interpreting, is not having comprehensive schools is not an option, which means you're not cutting. So at that point, you're telling me that we are going totally, that you would like to go totally razor thin in terms of any type of carry forward, and that's where all the money is coming from. Otherwise, yes, we need to sit down. I would argue as soon as the next meeting to where we have our business meeting and then probably a work study and we start sitting down and we're going, okay, what do you want? Do you want coaches? Because we have certified teachers, again, we still need to get the number's the number regardless of how we do it. Do we want to make cuts to get to that number? Do you want to use all of the carry forward moving forward and put us in that position moving forward? That is where the work really starts in terms of that. Like I said, the very next meeting to me would be we'd get our business done because we pushed some of that business off from today, but then we'd go into a work study and we would start going. What are those things? I will tell you, and I know we've talked about this a little bit, without having those conversations, as small as a district as we are, so you keep mentioning IB. IB has a face. It's sitting right there.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I know, they're awesome.
And counselors have a face. Teachers have a face. So, again,
Right.
math, $70,000 salary and benefits average. If you want to cut $700,000, that's 10. So where do you want to go? If you want to cut $1.4 million, that's 20. Where do you want to go? How do we do that? Yes, we could increase class size. We could change our limits in terms of, okay, you use the word sardines. Again, we could do that. We could increase class size, which therefore lowers how many teachers we need for those things. So again, all of those are options.
But that's
I will tell
decided-
you, and Dr. Pletnick, you can please, you can correct me, but little nickel and diming doesn't really get us anywhere. A little bit of this, we're constantly looking for savings all the time, whether that's at the school level, whether it's at the district level, little bits of savings, because do little bits of savings add up? 100% they do. But when you're talking about a 1.8 number, a 2.7 number, you're talking about big decisions that are really hard to make and really difficult and take some courage either way, one way or the other.
But I also think in that equation there, because I agree, I want those same numbers, because once that was thrown out there, obviously the audience changed dramatically. Cutting things gets everybody's attention, which good
Member
and
Moore,
bad.
can I make a quick point is to say that people seem to think this has come out from nowhere, and yes, the first perhaps talk of it was then, but since the beginning, any letters we've sent out about this have said if we do not make these cuts, it's got to come somewhere.
Agreed. No, I totally agree with that. It's just everybody reads emails or gets messages later in the time. Maybe we're still faxing messages.
And just real quick, just before, I don't want to step on you too much, but those initial emails that we got were if we do nothing, then it's all these cuts. So I don't think closing one school is doing nothing. So I was glad to see those numbers, but there is a difference. So that's what I'm wondering about, how this amalgam will come together. So for that scenario of one school or is no schools or two schools. So
To me, it would come together, as we've said, it would be sitting here and rolling up sleeves and making determinations in terms of, ultimately, you have authority over the budget. Again, we'll make recommendations in terms of what we think is best, and I believe we've done that.
But I'd like us to activate one piece. So tonight we're going to go call to the public. And I know everybody's going to have something to say. Maybe we change it to what are you going to bring because this is going to take a group effort. We can sit and we can huddle and we can talk about cuts and we can talk about everything. But we do have a fantastic community. I've gotten emails, hey, I'll fund IB, I'll do this. There is a quiet group sitting in this room that's capable of big things. So this mic, by the way, sucks now that little whisper thing's gone. So I apologize. But I'm going to challenge us all to stop thinking small and start thinking big. Let's start asking. Let's start bringing people to the table. It's not just our problem, it's everybody's problem. We are one. We are together. So let's put it down to being together. Because I think tonight, again, many of you are in the room. I know who emailed me. I know who said things. Say it. We have a lot of community members that are willing to step up and help, and I believe I'll do the same. It sounds like, Member Fortney, you'll do the same. You'll go knock on some doors, right? Everybody's going to contribute different. We have marketers, we have lawyers, we have CFOs, we have, I think we're a pretty diverse group of resources that I think can solution us out of this. So I don't want to just get caught in the wind of it's hurt the kids, it's cut the kids, cut this, cut that. Unfortunately, business, I've been in these scenarios on the business side, not the school side, but on the business side, and I'm going to tell you what, there's always a way out. And there's always a way to get where you need to go if you're willing to put in the work.
Yeah, I do just want to echo, there was conversation of maybe the bond is just a Band-Aid. It's our only source of capital. Just to run numbers, we obviously just ran our election during, a very divisive time. And I still spoke on the necessity to have a bond and override because that is how our state has set up our funding source. If we were funded the exact same as a charter school, we'd have an extra $6 million. So I think if you put it into that perspective, it's not a Band-Aid or that's for extra. In the state of Arizona, it's exactly what we're supposed to have to actually properly fund our schools. And if not, like I said, we'd get funded the exact same way as charter schools. So I just wanted that to sink in a little bit.
So really quick, I'll waive my action consent because it ties into that perfectly. The reason I pulled 3.6 is you have a school district that has created a print shop and is making money.
Dan, you're kind of going out of. We aren't out up to item 3.6 yet, so you can't.
No. What I'm saying is addressing that situation. We're talking about funds, bond, override, and other solutions. Again, remedying our shortfall, if you will. One of those things is thinking like some of these other districts that, again, everybody struggles with the bond and override. Some are sitting on it, some aren't. Some got them and they're in a financial deficit and having in harm's way. But the reality to it is there's the balance of that as well as thinking differently and finding revenue sources that aren't quite in the normal path of the school district. I did find that interesting that the rates on that print were so low that they were lower than commercial like Staples and everywhere else. So again, there's some other mechanisms that we need to explore that can help with the financial solution or troubles.
You have questions?
I do. Whew, thank you. So I want to just be really clear that in anything that I say, I don't want anybody to feel like I'm finger pointing or throwing anybody under the bus from the board to the cabinet to certainly our superintendent or any of our teachers or staff, because the reality of it is this isn't the board that got us in this predicament. This is not the superintendent that got us here or the cabinet or any of that. It's like we've kicked the can down the road for a really long time. And when you look back and you really look at that and think we have 5 schools operating, 5 elementary schools under 50% capacity. How did we get here for this long? And I don't even know when that started, and I'm not looking for an exact answer because, again, I don't know that the people here, sitting here, can answer that question because they weren't necessarily part of that whole process. And I'm like Dan, or Member Moore, I don't like to look to the past too far, but sometimes you have to look at it a little bit to make sure that you're not going to make mistakes into the future going forward based on, well, that's how we've always done it, or any of that kind of stuff. So that really has jumped out at me, like my mind has been spinning with it. But then I have to tell you, after the last work study session last week, when we really talked about that level C number, that $2.6 million that we're spending on our level C students.
That's C and D.
Okay, C and D. But still, I'm looking at all these numbers and I'm thinking, how long have we been spending some percentage of that? What have we done to try to bring that back in? I hear a lot of, we could do this, we're exploring doing that. And I think that's a brilliant opportunity in and of itself to reunite those kids and families in our district, serve them the best that we can. And so it kind of goes along with the whole thing of looking forward. And I'm with Member Moore on the whole thing that I know we have to make some tough decisions. I'm not trying to pretend like, well, let's just ignore all that and focus on the rest of this. But I'd like to see us do a combination of both of those. I was also thrilled when you mentioned the helicopters landing. I know some in the community weren't super happy, but you know, we just got free money basically out of the sky in the form of helicopters, you know, with the open. Wow, what an amazing opportunity. That was one company. Imagine if we did a lot of that and then, you know, to the print shop thing. I know we're a school district and we don't really have the budgeted resources in terms of staff and all of that to go looking for alternative sources, but we have a lot of space available, and it's expensive to rent facilities down in Scottsdale and do all that for meetings and a lot of that. And with our catering department, you know, our food services, we do have a lot of opportunity, and so I don't want to get us bogged down in that tonight, but I do want to say that I'm committed also to working within this community that is filled with brilliant minds and resources and people who do want to get involved and help. And I think we have a lot of opportunity to capitalize on a lot of revenue that could set us up to not have to cut so many programs potentially, and a lot of that as we continue to look forward and realize we're going to have to make some tough decisions unless a bunch of you go out there and start procreating and start bringing more kids into our school, because you know, we've got to solve that problem. Those numbers don't lie. Not anyone currently in school. Stop it. Anyway, so I also there's still a piece of me that feels like I'm lacking seeing. Desert Sun, I get, and I apologize, and I'm sorry for those families in that community. It's always tough to be that one. That one we can all see, I think, a little more clearly. But I'm still a little confused overall why we didn't see more schools, like just the numbers. If we did this school, if we did that school with the remaining ones, and why was Lone Mountain just targeted? Just a question, and I'm reading all those emails, and I get it, and I've listened to all of that, and I understand, you know, each person that's associated with that school and feels like they're the one that's going to suffer the pain. Of course you speak up the loudest, but I get it, like I really do, and I'm reading all of that, and also looking around and listening to different people and thinking, I don't know why it was just that one, and certainly I'll give you the chance to answer. But you know, I'm just looking at all of those, but I just don't want to see us make Band-Aid decisions too quickly, because that's how we've always done it. We're under this deadline and all of that, without a clear, real plan of where we're headed after that. Because if we don't have a plan, I'm afraid we're going to end up in the same spot where we're just continuing to kind of Band-Aid over the hemorrhage, and nobody's really looking at the underlying cause and some of that. And again, I don't mean to throw anyone under the bus. I so appreciate all the time and energy that everybody has put into the data and the research and all of that. I'm not short-sighting any of that, but we've had this focus group and all these committees, which I would have loved to have sat in on, quite frankly. I feel like I would have come to all of this with a better understanding, and now it's being pinned on me and us, so to speak, to be the ones to vote, but we weren't really there for a lot of it to hear. So we're trying to catch up and read this and listen to all these emails, read all that and emails and stuff, and it's a very difficult place. And, you know, you said it best. There's no good decision tonight. However you vote, you're going to go away 50% of the people mad at you and 50% happy or whatever. But we have to make a vote, and we have to make tough decisions. But I just want to make sure that we are looking back and learning from what we can and looking forward and really saying time is of the essence, and we have to band together and fix this. So I don't know if that was a question, but.
So I'm going to let Dr. Hendrickson kind of address, I think, one of the questions. But again, I'm going to respectfully assert this is not a Band-Aid. Closing schools is not a Band-Aid. Closing schools is a fundamental decision to align our spending with our available budget and actually bring those things into line so we can serve our students in the long term and give them the education they deserve, and we are desperate to deliver to them, because that is why we get up every morning. For those of us that come to work in education, is to serve them. I'll just go on, like a lot of people have said, oh, good luck tonight. This is not about me. This is about the kid standing over there, or the kid standing there, or the kid sitting over there. This is about them. And so we have to stop Band-Aiding. And again, I'm going to respectfully assert that closing schools is not a Band-Aid. Closing schools is an absolute determination and a commitment that we are going to be better fiscally so we can be better in the long run. So with that, Dr. Hendrickson, if you want to address.
Yeah, Mr. Dolezal, Member Ulmer, or Superintendent Dolezal, Member Ulmer. Kind of going back to address the question of, the schools that you were provided. And I just want to reiterate that in that focus group, we looked at all scenarios. We looked at all schools. We looked at pros and cons of each one, whether it be location, whether it be open enrollment, programming, SFD funding, all those things were looked at, combinations, things were looked at. And that's ultimately what the committee landed on, is based on all that information, knowing there's a risk with whatever school that we are choosing, what we're putting forward, without causing pandemonium and saying we're going to put all schools forward and now we have all schools disrupted, saying here's the best scenario based on the research and the countless hours and the experts that we brought to the table, bringing forward these two schools. So I just want to reiterate that all schools were looked at through that process.
I get that all of them were looked at, but I think maybe, at least for me, this lends itself to that transparency issue. That was done in a focus group, and decisions were made. And I'm not suggesting that the data that everybody came up with wasn't the valid data. Mm-hmm. Just show it to us. Yeah. Let us see all of it too, so that we understand, where everybody can look at it and go, well, of course that was the school, or of course this was the decision, because it makes sense, and we can see it up there, apples to apples, oranges to oranges. But instead it's like, oh, we covered it. Don't worry about it. Don't look behind here. Just see what we want you to see. And again, I don't mean to throw you under the bus or suggest that was your intent,
right.
But I think that's a lot of what I've been reading from the emails and hearing people say is, why this one? Where's the data?
Okay. As everybody has already stated, nobody wants to be in this position. It stinks. But trying to find the good in all of this, as it's already been mentioned, this challenging time has brought out a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of energy. And, historically what I've seen with this district is, something happens and people get all excited and get enthusiastic. And then once a decision's made, all of that enthusiasm sort of wanes and it goes away. And all of those hands that were up in the air at one point saying, hey, yeah, I'm here to help, they all kind of like fade into the shadows. And I'm really hoping that however these votes turn out tonight, that this community as a whole really is committed to working together to make this district everything that it could be. I mean, my kids started out at Desert Sun. They're all now alumni of this district. And, from being in classrooms and being involved with PTOs and sitting on this board, I've invested a lot in this district because I believe in it. I believe in the staff that's here. I believe in the people, the students. I believe in the collective body that makes Cave Creek Unified School District what it is. And it's only going to get better if everybody takes the same approach, that whatever we decide here, whether it be good in your mind or bad in your mind, that you stay focused on how good we can be and continue to be. So with that, I have a couple questions. The Auditor General, the designation that we got from
High risk.
the high risk, what's involved in if we remain at high risk, where does that go? What happens?
If we remain at high risk, nothing necessarily happens because every high risk category has nuances.
Okay.
So they identify that you're high risk. The most popular story out there now happens to be another district in the States that was identified high risk long time ago, and they wound up, unfortunately, in receivership and things like that. So there are extreme cases like that, but ultimately high risk. One of the categories that we and several other districts are in high risk for is declining enrollment. That's an area. We're a little bit more unique in terms of the other area in terms of moving that $2 million out of DAA over. So that may be a little bit more unique. Again, every school district has their story. The 47 school districts that have been identified as at risk, it does not mean they're in receivership. It does not mean they're operating outside their means, because we can't do that. But high risk is just, it is a warning that you are in danger of where you are heading and where you are going, and they want to make sure that we are aware as the district administration and you all are aware as the governing board in terms of where we sit and potential. So we need to talk about it. We need to make sure, okay, yes, we know this is why and this is what we're doing. That's one of the reasons Dr. Plotnick and we've recommended, we're going to cut back on some of the DAA so we can get out of that.
Yeah, I mean, it is a warning, and potentially the Auditor General always can come in and look at your books and do additional audits. What we're looking at is there's Arizona statutes that govern school districts and their finances and in danger. Again, if you look at it, the two statutes, one gives the Auditor General the ability to oversee the school districts, but the other defines where penalties can lie. So if the USFR, the uniform system we follow, if there's violations of that, they can take some of our funding. If we are in a negative situation, in a shortfall, again, we aren't a business. We're not in a deficit because we're really not debt financing at any point. It's going to be a shortfall or a gap within our budget. So if there is that, we have to get within balance. We don't have a choice. And that's why year after year, historically, like Ms. Rodriguez would come and do budget revisions, and the state's very careful with that. So if you're in a shortfall or at the end, say, again, you look at these numbers and say in fiscal year 27, after next year, we end up in a shortfall at the end of the budget. We have to revise that budget before we hit the shortfall at the end of the year, because at the end of the year, we can't really do a whole lot. So that's where December revision would be important, and that's where rifts could happen in the middle of the year. That's where things would have to be cut in the middle of the year so we don't hit that shortfall. Because if a shortfall does happen, that money from that next year is in danger. So they don't let you keep operating in that shortfall. So you're going to be paying for it, essentially, meaning you're going to be losing that M&O capacity that following year, or you're going to be losing that capital capacity that following year. So if you choose not to make the difficult decisions in that year and don't balance the budget, then that next year it's going to happen, where it's going to balance out at some point. Now, there's also Arizona statutes that guides. And this is where Isaac School District that you hear about comes in. It's 15-103, I believe. And that handles the mishandling of money and what they view as a district not handling money correctly, where the Auditor General can step right in and take control. But then there's also variables within that they list out. You don't make payroll within 45 days. You're 60 days past due on certain bills. So there are all these statutes that govern. And why one of our high risk areas is one of those that are blaring out. Our first time we're in that area is the change from 23 to 24 in our budget balances. So taking our annual financial report into 23 to where their balances were at the end of 24, there was a significant drop in our balances. And again, that, as you know, as we see, it's that overspending piece. And that, when you look at the Auditor General's website, that's where the red lights start flashing of you may be in danger of being able to pay your bills. And that is that warning sign. And then talking with the Auditor General, it's because we're using capital, which our capital should be going for other purposes, but we're using it to cover our maintenance and operation. And so that's where the danger happens. And again, that's due to spending beyond our means. It's due to high inefficiencies that we have in this district. But it all kind of snowballs together in why those balances are where they are.
Okay. On your numbers, you've already said this year we've reached, was it 30 million in our expenditures already?
Yeah. So when we look at our report for our maintenance and operation budget, we take our year-to-date spent plus our encumbrances, meaning all the money that's earmarked to be paid out, such as salaries.
So
It's 30.8.
what potential expenses will we have from now to the end of the year?
Could be a number of things.
Give me some examples.
As Member Ulmer said, our special education expenses, for example, they've increased to the point where some of our funds, such as our grants, our IDA grant, was reduced down from $1.8 to $1.1 million this year. So that $700,000 in special ed funding had to be moved somewhere else. So we also used our Medicaid. We participate in Medicaid, which is volunteer, in order to get some of the money back we spent on special education. But in correcting that Medicaid, again, is going to be approximately, as of right now, about $400,000 more than we're receiving money for it. So that's going to have to be moved to M&O at some point. So that is going to be an expense that is going to increase. If we have to hire additional paras, if we have to hire additional bus drivers for some reason, any of those can be added to increasing our expenses. If you look at the budget that was adopted, that was proposed, the spending capacity on that budget for M&O was $32.9 million. So you're looking at, we're at 30.8 now, but that budget capacity gave us the ability to spend up to 32.9. Now, what we've been working on very carefully is cutting back on any additional spending at this point. We've been talking about freezing spending at this point, especially whatever decisions make. If there's school closures tonight, that means freezing positions, and then we can look at what positions are out there encumbered because we can hire people for them, but because we're reordering things and we're moving could be departments, schools, our people around. We can look at what positions are open and pull those back and hopefully have some cost savings involved in there under that encumbrance if they're unfilled positions. Now, certain unfilled positions, for example, again, talking about costs, are contractors. We're spending so much on contractors because we have those unfilled positions. So even though we do have a $70,000 teaching position out there, we may be paying $140,000 for a contractor instead and doubling that. So that's one important thing I think as we move forward is we freeze the spending and we begin examining exactly where we are in making any changes before we move forward. And I think that's part of that responsible looking forward, like Member Ulmer said, and making sure we're fiscally responsible.
Okay. If we only close one of the schools, the term you used was razor thin. Remind me that razor, the amount of money that is in there, was it one month of operating expenses?
And I used razor thin in respect to looking at the scenario where we close one school and then next year that member more brought up because that would be using our carry forward on that. So when I use razor thin, and can we move to this slide with DSA, please?
sorry.
Again, we're looking at, in the projections, looking at the budget capacity of being just slightly over $28 million, $28 million. And then working with Dr. Hendrickson and Dr. Jensen and looking at, the cost savings and the expenses involved with staffing, would be our expenses would drop from, again, if they stayed at 30.8 right now, they drop to about $29.8 million. So that would leave us that $1.8 million where we would have to cover from somewhere. And so that somewhere would be, are we going to be cutting programs? I know we talked about that. Or are we going to eat our carry forward? Which again, 3.7 is where we're at. So we're talking about $1.8 million in backup. And again, $1.8 million is, less than a month of operating expenses. So the question to the board becomes, which direction do you want to go? Do you want to eat the carry forward and not have a security blanket in case somehow costs increase? Or do we want to look at cutting additional programs, positions to cover that 1.8 million shortfall?
And Dr. Plutnik, let me just add real quick about the programs, because when we're talking about a program such as IB, anything at the high school, we have student credits online or that's at stake. And so if we publish an academic program or a guide, we need to stick to that guide for 4 years. Mm-hmm. So it's really hard for me to say, oh, we've got this razor thin amount and I'm going to go out on the line and say, yeah, we'll guarantee this program for the next 4 years when there's nothing in reserve. So when there's something in reserve, it's a little bit easier to take that risk and say, we know this costs a lot because we never know how many students we're going to have in it or not, and they are small classes. And so by nature, it is a more costly program than some of the others. But we're willing to take that risk when we know we've got something behind us. When we have nothing behind us, that's really hard for me to look at 8th graders and say, well, I'm going to have to take it away from you your junior year. You're going to be partway through it, and then you're going to get cut. And so that's when we're talking programs, we're not talking about, they're not going to lose out on theirs right next year. We're going to bleed ourselves out and make it work. But it's 3-4 years down the road. Those are the students we're talking about.
Correct. So go back to the scenario you're saying is if nothing, meaning close one, nothing. But if the scenario was you had 2 schools you're looking at, let's just say hypotheticals, let's not start rumors. If hypothetical, let's say we start tonight doing our work, looking at everything objectively, bringing everybody along for the ride and the transparency and the equations, and let's say we get it all right, and we happen to close 2 schools next year. Close 1 tonight, close 2 next year because we did all the diligence, we did all the work, we brought everybody along. That number would look different.
That number for next year would not be different, but again, if you close 2 schools in the future, yes, I mean, you would have ADM impact again, which we would go through the process of, let's study how it's going to affect our enrollment. Then we would study again, what expenses could we save from the cost efficiency. So, I mean, if you're suggesting close 1, go through the process of closing potentially more schools next year and doing this over a 2-year phase, then, I mean, that is what, yes, there would be an impact on the ADM funding for the RCL, and there would be an impact on the expenses. Again, we still would have $1.8 million we have to figure out. Are we going to eat carry forward, or how are we going to cover that?
No, I'm saying, okay, fine, play that. We do carry over. Let's just work this out.
So we have $1.8 million in our carry forward.
We say, as a board, we say, listen, we are not going to hurt the students, the teachers. It's non-negotiable. So we're gonna take. Let's just say we're gonna take a risk. And I know you're gonna danger threaten me after this, but just hear me out. You play it out. 0 impact. And again, I understand razor thin. So you do that, then you move. Because right now you're showing me with 2, I'm okay. I'm okay on balancing out. If you had 3, I would assume based on how you restructure and you would come back to, if the number was 3 right now, right this minute, we were looking at 3, the financials would look very, very different and favorable into where you want to go. And as the CFO of the organization, you'd be like, yeah, Dan, that starts to make me feel a little bit warm and fuzzy. Fair?
I would say, again, in not running them, I don't want to talk out of turn, but you would lower your expenses potentially, and at that point, you would also impact your ADM. So it would have to be a study done of if you move to 2 elementary schools instead of 3 elementary schools. It hypothetically, looking at how 2 have impacted, yes, it would put you in a different position. Yes.
Did I get to the answer you're kind of trying to get to?
Well, and Member Moore, can I add on to that real quickly? Because yes and no. So we would save administrative costs by closing the 3rd school. Because at this point, you're proposing that we would close Lone Mountain and Desert Willow next year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we would hypothetical. So we would lose a lot of, never mind, I won't go down that hypothetical. But at Desert Willow, it will always be like a school within a school. So if we transplant it to another campus, I still need the same number of teachers to keep Spanish immersion going, which Spanish immersion we know, because I know that it maybe seems that we're not transparent, but on the website, on the facilities website, it shows all of the Desert Willow, Lone Mountain, Black Mountain, Horseshoe Trails. It shows all 5 schools on there. So when we're saying that we're not sure what the 5 schools are, they are all on there on every presentation from the focus groups. So if we were to close those 2 the next year, we will save some with the administration. However, we would not see quite as much of the teacher savings because those Spanish immersion students have to be separate. Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense.
Okay.
And I won't go into my complete warning on you, but again, we've missed out on an opportunity for an additional $1.8 million worth of savings. And again, I cannot restate the importance of us doing and meeting our responsibility of taking care of taxpayers' dollars and the inefficiencies that exist now and that budget shortfall. There is a solution. I know people have said there is no answer. There's one answer on the table. Well, there's multiple answers on the table. That's what you all have to pick tonight in terms of which answer would you like. However, again, to best meet the needs of the students that are out in this audience, and it's not about parents. It's not about anything else other than them. We need to get our books in order. We need to take brave and substantial, not Band-Aids, action in terms of getting our aligning our spending to our available budget and making those tough decisions to get us in the place that we need to be to move forward and continue. And again, the work does not end. This is this year, and then we continue to work on all of those, on programming, on what have you. And again, to close 1 school this year only to come back to close 2 schools next year, like that doesn't seem like a good plan to me. So I will just put that out on the table.
Can I ask clarification? I think Jackie had asked about the focus group and what all went on in there. Dr. Jensen, you were just explaining that, well, Desert Willow is sort of a school within a school, and you wouldn't see the same kind of savings. Am I correct to assume that things like that are part of what went into the focus group's decision on what schools they picked?
Yeah, Member Greer, absolutely. We looked at, the data of every school, the enrollment trends of every school, the future projected enrollment based off the demography report. We looked at the staffing that was needed for programming, and although Desert Willow can be transplanted to a school within a school, there's some additional expenses in that. And so then we even looked at worksheets where each group would go through and go, okay, if we close this one, it would move here. What's the pros? What's the cons of it? And then we have discussions on weighing the risks of each one of those. And all that data, as Dr. Jensen said, all the data is in that December 3rd presentation that's on there. All the reports from the demographer, from the facility management group, that's all on there as well. But yes, that was a factor that was taken into it, and just the sheer number of open enrollments that school pulls in compared to other sites in our district, and the risk of, do we lose those open enrollments? You know, the next Spanish immersion school is not too far down the road for where some of those families come, and what's to keep them here now, moving to Black Mountain in 2 years or moving to Horseshoe Trails in 2 years. I also worry about the lingering, kind of going off what Mr. Dolezal said, if doing one this year, looking at 2 next year, what's to keep those families around at those 2 schools going, hey, we're on the chopping block next. So how does that cause us to expedite enrollment loss? So.
Thank you. Any more questions?
I guess I have just one more question about this carry forward with our cash, because in 21 we only had 380,000. It seems like we actually only have $3.7 million in there is because of ESSER. So in years past where we had zero cash, we're moving $2 million from our DAA every year for the past 10 years. Plus we're using everything in our carry forward. So we had zero. Going into 2021, we only had $380,000 in savings.
Yeah, our M&O in 21 was $380,000. Yes.
And what was our
in carry forward?
capital DAA carry forward at that
million.
point in time?
$2 million.
So again, we've seen a trend
that's when
recently
you saw
of
the shift the next year of it went to $1 million in M&O and it went to $1.6 million in capital. So you can see that shifting began, moving it over, and that's where, and I think you saw in the past couple of years that build up in our M&O. There were two items that existed that no longer exist, one being ESSER and the other one being results-based funding. With those two buckets kind of helped move positions, and it's always a danger of moving positions over into temporary funding, is that once that temporary funding's gone, it has to be shifted back over to M&O if you keep those positions.
Is that what most of that was, this overspending was in that category? We had temporary positions that we then moved to permanent positions?
Well, I can speak to at least ESSER with Mrs. Rodriguez in terms of we were very careful to not put positions into ESSER for that very reason. Results-based funding had been around for a long, long time, so I think it perhaps became more of a comfortable thing, and yes, this is going to be around, and then that was no longer around. Also take into account, we've talked about, our title funding being cut. So those costs, that money to help pay for our special education students, when that gets cut, again, we still have the responsibility to serve and do what we need to do for those students. So those costs have got to go in. So even in times where we would be attempting to do savings and keep it there, when the funding gets changed and the funding gets cut, it makes it impossible to do any savings like that. When we've got to make up, what was the difference in title?
About $300,000. So, but that's a great example in ESSER. What that would give us the ability to do at that point is if we did have a shortfall in any way, even temporarily, you could swing money back and forth using that. So it was a safety net at the time, or could be used as a safety net. Again, the IDA funding you spoke of, we were seeing a $700,000 decrease in those federal funds this year, on top of $300,000 in title funds. So that's $1 million right there.
Okay. Any more questions?
I guess I'll ask Dr. Hendrickson, when you talk about enrollment as part of the decisioning factor for what we're being presented, looking at, and what I did was I just took 2022 enrollment to 2025 based on Dr. Plutnik's data, based on board docs as far as looking at enrollment. I'm just trying to understand, looking at all the schools, let's just talk about Desert Sun Academy, for example, 172 total lost students. For 2022, 2023, it was like 56, 74 for 23, 24, and then 42 for 24, 25. Desert Willow, 42, loss, 60 loss, 53 loss for a total of 155. And then Lone Mountain was +5, +28, and then saw a decline of 72 for a total of 39. How are you modeling out, like, basically looking at this and coming to the decisioning and then looking future path? Because I ran both scenarios and even looking into 2030. And the baselines aren't too far off in making the decision, so I'm just kind of curious how you got there.
Member Moore, thank you for that question. I'm just pulling up the demographer's report that we have, if I can see it here. And I don't know what numbers you're pulling. So if you look at from 2013 through 2024, Lone Mountain going from 596 to 429, where Desert Willow going from 674, so 399, so both a loss of those. But then kind of that future forward, looking at where those numbers would be. Desert Sun actually has potential for growth coming out of the Rio Verde area. But again, Lone Mountain at some point surpasses, becomes the smallest, second smallest behind Horseshoe Trails within the district. So those are things that we looked at future forward. But again, who's pulling in open enrollment? Again, there's risks to both of those. Yep. Pros to Desert Willow, pros to Lone Mountain. And so it wasn't just that, but knowing that all schools are losing enrollment, but the potential turnaround of housing, the potential turnaround of attracting kids to programs, things like that. So definitely a piece of it there.
Okay.
And Member Moore, just to round out the story of that enrollment change right there, is that we have been, because it is difficult to have the Spanish immersion as well as the English on one campus, that's been an issue for many years. We have been coaching families, I will say, over to Lone Mountain from Desert Willow if they do not want Spanish immersion. So it has become K through 3 is pure Spanish immersion.
Okay.
I just have one final question on, and I'm going to pick on IB, and I love IB, so don't read anything into this. It's just the one that we've been talking about. So at what point do we look at that and say, I realize that we commit for 4 years, as we should. Like if someone enters a program, they should. But at what point do we start looking at those numbers and say, it's not balancing, and starting in 2026, we're now no longer going to offer that? When and how does that play out?
Vice President Ulmer, that's a painful process. And yes, that's one of the things Mr. Dolezal, Superintendent Dolezal, mentioned that earlier, that we are looking at working with some outside groups to do program review to let us know which groups get us the most bang for our buck. And they would be able to look at all of the research around and say, well, you're attracting this many students because of this program or whatever it may be, and then helping us to focus them so that, I think Member Moore said, we're not everything for everyone, but we are a focused school that does have, I'm going to call it an elite academic track for our elite students here in Cave Creek, as well as arts, athletics, and CTE programs as well.
I mean, it's a great work study topic that you can bring up and we can bring in and brainstorm and bring all of that, you know, here's the different costs from a yearly perspective and you know, we can do that at any time as an exercise for you and as part of our ongoing diligence. But yes, it would also be, you know, again, part of that review and what we want to do and what we want to be able to offer our kids.
Okay. We good? Okay. Action consent. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
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 Okay. Item 3.6, the cooperative purchasing agreement for the provision of printing services by the Deer Valley Unified School District, presented by Dr. Pletnick.
We move that the governing board approve the cooperative purchase agreement for the provision of printing services by Deer Valley Unified School District number 97 as presented.
Question there.
You gotta have a
Oh,
motion.
so moved.
You gotta have a motion.
So moved.
But we might be out of.
We need a second.
We might be out of turn though.
We need a second.
Is it supposed to be the question before the vote?
We need a second to discuss it.
Yeah.
So is
Second.
there's, okay, now ask a question.
I know, but we already voted on it.
No, we
Okay.
didn't.
No, that was
No,
that
we
was
have
just to actually open the item up.
To talk about it.
This
Okay.
is, you pulled this one out.
No, I got it. So my question on this one was, to the point of what I just addressed when that question came up was pulling this and looking at the printing costs and seeing that another district has basically gotten innovative. Has there been any discussion around that? I mean, obviously, they print for who, and how big are they?
I would have to call Deer Valley to see exactly how big they are, but I can.
But I know they are quite large. They print for
Yeah.
a plethora of school districts as well as anything private in there. I also know that it is quite an enterprise and is its own unit of their district office staffing and modeled in that regard.
Yeah, it's a separate, essentially a separate side, kind of like ECS is separate for us on that cash side. So they generate revenue by this print shop method. So, I mean, again, that's one of those avenues that we've talked about with expanding ECS and opportunities within ECS as well, is coming up with innovative ideas, and whether it be ideas, that are linked to ESAs, recapturing some of that money, whether it be preschools, that's all on that cash controlled side of the house. So that's what Deer Valley, they do an excellent job. That's what they've done.
Well, clearly at those prices. So that all falls under ECS. Is that right? Is that kind of the...
Well, no, that's their whole separate division for them, but
Okay.
it's on the cash control side.
It's on the okay.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Any opposed? Okay. All right. Item 4.1, call to the public. According to ARS 38-431.01H, governing board members may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during an open call to the public. The only allowable responses a governing board member may make are: 1, a board member may respond if there is a direct criticism of the board member; 2, a board member may direct staff to look into a matter; or 3, a board member can ask to have this item placed on a future agenda. Speakers need to be mindful of what they say when presenting to the board. Inappropriate comments could be considered slanderous. How many minutes? Okay. Because of the number of speakers we have, you will be limited to 1 minute unless, of course, your time was combined with someone else. With that said, our first speaker is Amy Burns, and you will have 2 minutes.
Good evening, President Busby and members of the governing board. My name is Amy Burns, and I'm a third grade teacher at Horseshoe Trails. I also coach cross country and track and field at Cactus Shadows. I chose CCUSD because of my family and this community, and I care deeply about its future. I understand the weight of tonight's decision, but delaying the closing of 2 schools will only make things more difficult next year. Closing only Desert Sun is not a sustainable solution. Lone Mountain is costly to maintain, and postponing this decision will stretch our resources even thinner, jeopardizing our aides, teacher prep time, essential programs like specials, the IB program, and overall funding. If we spread ourselves too thin, everyone loses, including the very school and culture some are fighting to keep open. Change is never easy, but avoiding the inevitable only makes it harder. If Lone Mountain remains open, many of us may be forced to leave this district, whether by choice or by getting ripped. Cave Creek has always been a strong, resilient community, and now is the time to make a tough but necessary choice to protect its future. I urge you to prioritize stability for our students, teachers, schools, and community by closing both Desert Sun and Lone Mountain. Thank you for your time.
Next is Louise Nagy, and she will have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Cabinet, Superintendent Mr. Dolezal, and members of the board. Thank you for taking the time to listen to everyone here this evening. My name is Louise Nagy. Tonight I stand before you as a mother, a wife, a Nona, and a 23-year community member and a CCUSD employee. My granddaughters currently attend Lone Mountain Elementary School. I have had 4 children attend Lone Mountain Elementary School, Dams, and graduated from Cactus Shadows High School. They were fortunate to experience amazing teachers, counselors, coaches, administrative personnel, and peers through their years. My oldest daughter is a 2011 alumni varsity cheer state champion cheerleader as they won 4 consecutive years. They had an incredible coach. Those girls had what it took to soar as winning Falcons. My other children were varsity soccer players and were coached by amazing coaches as well. They too had what it took to be soaring Falcons on and off of the field. Academically, they needed to be just as good, and if they fell, they were not able to compete. Why do I mention this? I view us all as a team. We have great teachers, and elementary schools are A-letter grades for all of our campuses. Amazing parents, a strong supportive community, and some amazing coaches. When a coach pulls you aside to redirect you or change the game plan, you as the player change the plan because you want to win. Winning takes risks, challenges, changes, adversity, disagreements on how the plan for the game should go, but ultimately it's a team effort. There is no I in team. All of the practices, the facility-focused street meetings, parent forums, and special held board meetings to get all questions asked and answered have been ran, and now it's time to play the game. Tonight, I come here to ask each one of you to vote in support of the proposed closure of Desert Sun Academy and Lone Mountain Elementary School. As you will hear from many people here tonight, we are all wanting our team district to continue playing in the league for many years to come. Our district is at a level 3 out of 10 with the Auditor General, which means that we're running out of money. By not voting for both school closures, we will be in jeopardy of not even being able to make preseason, let alone our regular season. That's going to be upsetting. The best decision for the entire team is to make some cuts. On the roster is DSA and LMES. Those cuts will hurt, no doubt, and no one wants to be cut from the team. As the team managers, you have to make the best decision for your team. On a team, everyone has a role. Let's support our CCUSD team and bring home a win for the students. If we do not cut 2 players, next year, major positions will need to be eliminated. Therefore, we ultimately shrink our team. I use this analogy only to make reference that we can all relate to each other wanting to be on a team. We have an incredible group of people in our district. Let's keep them where they belong on their own playing field. If cuts are not taken, players will be evaluating other teams, resulting in a significant loss. Our MVP players, which are the teachers, have stayed in this district for the love of the small town feel for our community. They care about these students. They have adapted to many changes, received no raises, but still they have stayed. Why for the students? Why for the students and the love of teaching? As I have seen over the years, the districts went through many changes. Together, as a community, we will have resilience and have adapted to all of them, encouraging our students and always being their cheerleader, so to speak. I am proud to be a Cave Creek member, and I want to have the future generations to be able to experience the same as my own children have had. We will get through this as a community. Rally the team. Let's go, CCUSD. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Amy Roven, and Amy will have 1 minute.
Excuse me. Thank you. Hold on. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Hi, I'm speaking on behalf of Dr. Lisa Stroman. She says, but for the circumstances of my father being at the ICU, I would be there in person. I'm writing to discuss and express my full support for Superintendent Bill Dolezal's difficult yet necessary decision to recommend the closure of 2 elementary schools within the Cave Creek Unified School District. As a parent who has had children in this district since preschool, I understand the emotional weight of this decision that it carries, both for the families affected and the broader community. However, I also recognize the thoughtfulness and responsibility that has gone into these recommendations. Across the nation, many states and school districts are facing similar challenges due to significant decline in the elementary age population. Demographic trends are shifting, and the number of young children attending public schools continues to diminish in many areas. The impacts of this trend are felt deeply by school districts and must balance educational quality with the economics of running schools that no longer serve a full student body. While the loss of these schools is undoubtedly a difficult pill to swallow, it is important to recognize the financial realities of maintaining schools that are underpopulated and how those resources could be better allocated to ensure the overall health of the district. Cave Creek has always been a community that comes together in times of need, and I have no doubt we will continue to do so. Thank you.
Next is Chris Hazeltine, and Chris will have 1 minute.
Good evening, President Busby, or I'm sorry, President Greer, excuse me, members of the governing board. My name is Chris Hazeltine. You've heard one analogy. You kind of know I like analogies. Here's another. The Cave Creek Unified School District is on financial life support with 2 gangrenous limbs. To amputate those limbs will forever change our school district, but at least it will remain alive and viable, and it will recover. To do anything less, well, this will sign our district's fiscal death certificate. And to be willfully ignorant of the difference is tantamount to governance malpractice. Thank you.
Next is Ben Petru, and Ben will have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you. My name is Ben Petru, and I understand that we have more schools than necessary in our district. You say scenarios are available, but they have not been discussed with us yet. You talk about inefficiencies. LMES is the second most efficient school in the district. It's actually helping bring in more money while others are not. But we're talking about closing it. Why? Even tonight, when you're talking about our solutions, you've only shown one scenario of closing LMES and DSA. You say the other scenarios are available. Nobody's here seen them. You've only shown us the numbers that say if we close DSA and LMES, we'll have a tiny carry forward budget and we're out of debt. Yet, at previous meetings, you showed us data showing that other schools are costing money and are less efficient. So even if we close these 2 schools, we will still be losing money. But that's not part of your recommendation tonight, and I don't know why. And I see a lot of new faces here. I love it. Great. Why? I have family that works in the school district, and about a week or 2 weeks ago, they received an email from their admins and IBN administrators committee saying that if we do not close LMES specifically, we're going to have to make cuts. That's not the only solution. This is not an ultimatum. There are other options out there that we have been bringing to you for the last 2 months once we finally knew about the situation. Mr. Kai, Mr. McQuain, they've brought so many recommendations over the last 2 months, and think of all the different solutions that we could come up with if we were only notified earlier or if we have more time. Withholding the information and putting people in this situation that they're talking about things that they're not fully comprehensive and they don't understand is a disservice to our entire district. A vote which would make this a quick, to close these 2 schools would make us a quick buck, but to sweep the real issue under the rug, which is declining enrollment, would be a Band-Aid. Again, I understand we need to close schools. We are in the red financially. But closing a school that is actually helping the district financially while others remain open that are adding to the deficit doesn't help long term. That just helps us stay afloat for right now and means we're going to end up in this exact same situation in a couple years down the road. You said that there's $3.7 million, I believe, in carryover money this year, and there's reserves. So there are additional ways that we can delay this decision and make an appropriate solution, come to an appropriate solution. There are risks. They're not a warning. That's not a statement. I ask that you vote no in the decision to close LMES until we are given more information and we find a better solution that we can implement. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Corinne Kotzman. Oh, I'm sorry. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, governing board members, valued faculty, and district administrators. As lifers in this district, my husband and I feel compelled to attend this meeting tonight and continue to actively serve in the best interest of the entire community. CCUSD used to consist of 4 schools: Cave Creek Elementary grades K through 2, Black Mountain grades 3 through 5, Desert Arroyo grades 6 through 8, and Cactus Shadows 9 through 12. The district has changed a lot in these last few years and continues to evolve. Past leadership gambled where it anticipated endless growth and families with school-age children would be flooding our district. So multiple new schools were constructed in early 2000. Here we are today, knowing for the past several years that hard decisions would be necessary to salvage our district. We're forced to salvage the district, forced to manage without bonding and overrides. As young adults, we had to overcome entering the workforce in the midst of the September 11th attacks. As new parents, we had to make difficult financial decisions in the wake of the 2008 economic downturn. We knew that we had to make difficult financial decisions in order to be nimble. When factors outside of your control dictate what needs to be done in order to live to fight another day, the choice is clear and an easy one to make. The decision may not be popular, but if it means keeping programs which keeps students and faculty, then you close what needs to be closed for the sake of your family, children, and the community. If you're thinking about what's popular versus the right thing to do, then this district is likely already lost anyways. I ask you to do what is right tonight. Please vote to close both Lone Mountain and Desert Sun.
Our next speaker is Zach McQueen, and Zach will have 15 minutes. Good.
So I don't think I'll go to visuals, but let me just start with this, because there's a lot of said and there's a lot of numbers, so we want to get to this vote, right, so we can move forward. So it's been said I'm mad. It's been said I need to grieve. It's been said that I'm scared to leave my bubble. So let me put some context to who I am. I'm a father of 5. My son graduated as the valedictorian, co-valedictorian 2023 from the IB program. Thank you, President Greer, for also recognizing the salutatorian that year, which was important to our community. Appreciate that. My second son started EVIT last year and is now in theater. He is going to finish his second year of EVIT next year on a grant that he got directly through EVIT without the help of other sources. He got through EVIT. Okay? I have 2 children at Lone Mountain. Yes, I have 2 children at Lone Mountain who have amazing teachers, and I've been blessed by having those same teachers through their career. Okay? I also have a daughter at Black Mountain Elementary School. She was born at 1.5 pounds, needed extra support, started at Desert Sun in the developmental preschool, and then was blessed by Mrs. Parks. Are you still over there? God bless you. For 2 years in that program to set a good foundation. My point is, this district is my family. No matter the conversation, I would be here talking about it. So I'm not mad. I'm not scared. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that the board, I'm sorry, not the board, excuse me, that the cabinet chose not to go after a bond and override immediately after the vote in November. I'm disappointed that the cabinet chose to not use stakeholders in this community as resources, but to have our intentions questioned. I'm disappointed that the cabinet chose fear over fact and open dialogue. Okay? And to whoever else is going to make a comment tonight, I ask you these three things. Did you watch or attend all of the meetings? Did you do your own research? And are you 100% confident in anything that you're going to share in a comment? To say that Lone Mountain and Desert Sun are two on the expenses, I could show you. I have hours of research here. There are schools that are not being talked about, campuses, that have more loss than Lone Mountain. There is data behind it. It has not been shared. Going back to the reason of how I got here, the very first question I asked the board and the admin was, after I did a little research on SFD, oh boy, did the cabinet consult with the SFD about school closure? You know what the answer was? After I sent that email, it took days to get back. I finally called them, talked to Katie at SFD. The meeting was set by 2 cabinet members after I sent that email. That was in November. Remember how the focus group started in May? That's how it got me here. My day job as a project manager, I look at my job focuses on looking at accuracy, looking at audits, looking at hiring the right people. So I didn't want to go down this road, but that's why I'm here, because I asked questions. The community should not be afraid to ask questions. The cabinet should not be afraid to share information. And that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. So board members, I appreciate the questions that you asked tonight. Clearly, you want more information. We need to turn the page on the numbers and the mumble jumble and the fear that's up there and move to a solution. Okay, Mr. Dolezal, you have a vision. You have a statement on that vision. We need a plan behind that. We are here to help. When I am up here talking, it's not just me. It's not a small group. I am representing 85 parents, dozens of students, and dozens of teachers. We are here. President Greer, we're not going anywhere. But we need a plan. The one plan is, I pulled the data. The bond and the override can pass. There are 3 people on this dais that got almost 15,000 votes. There is 1 person in this community that also got 14 to 15,000 votes. The last 2 special elections, that alone, 15,000 votes, would have passed the override. Okay? Now I know voter turnout has significantly increased, right? But we have a community, we have a plan. We've tried to talk about it. We've tried to meet and talk about the plan. But we got nothing in return. That's why we are here. That is the first step in your plan. Pass the freaking override. We are here to do it. You got the most votes, Member Fortney, because you knocked on doors. I see you, Member Moore. I see you. You were close. But the point is, we have the votes, folks. We're here. I don't know why that wasn't the first part of the discussion. As soon as that vote happened, the option or the recommendation to close school should have been taken off the table. You should have switched right to the override. Gone right to the community. We're here. We've been here. I've offered my help. I've been on the Excellence Committee. I was a treasurer of the PAC. We wasted money on a consultant. You don't need a consultant. We have community members. We have this kid right here that will make us a website. Okay? So we need to move forward with that, right? Okay? The only thing the PAC gets you is the ability to put a sign on the corner and someone can't steal it without getting a felony. We don't need the signs on the corner because that's just going to raise the no more taxes in our community. We have a grassroots already started. We have the community members engaged. Okay, we got them here the wrong way. I'll admit that. Okay, so let's not choose division. Let's choose community and move forward. Okay, that is the solution. As far as the vote tonight, okay, we won't even go down that SFD thing because you know all my research. You've seen my hours on that. You've seen my PowerPoints I've sent you on SFD, and so we'll leave dams out of the conversation right now. The move to 6th grade, there is not a solid plan for that. Don't necessarily support that because, again, there is no plan. I'm a project manager. I've sent you some bullet points on what you would need to do to accomplish that. Again, it's not outlined. Nowhere. There's no plan. We're just going to move them and, okay, we'll move them. That's the plan. As far as closing the schools, what I am asking you and what I'm presenting to you as a solution after hours and hours and hours of research, Desert Sun, the perception, because the perception for the last how many ever years, well, it's eventually going to close. That has made the student enrollment go down consistently because of that perception. If you choose, if you vote to close for 2 schools tonight, that perception will amplify onto the district. Oh, we had to close it. Oh, we're going to close. Because right now, when you look at this plan, all the plan you're seeing is you're living in the gap. There's that book, The Gap and the Gain, right? You're living in the gap. Student enrollment's going down. Student enrollment's going down. That's our plan. We're going to plan the student enrollment is going down. We're going down. We're going down. We're not going to have any campuses left if you keep doing that. Okay? That's what's happening. So, to stabilize the current situation, unfortunately, yes, you will have to vote to close one to stabilize the situation. You have a community back here. You have Mr. Kai and myself, along with all the other parents that we've worked with, have outlined a plan and a path forward. It hasn't been accepted by the people that we tried to share it with. So you as the board, you make the decision. You close schools. You take away programs, not the fear. You have to approve it. Okay? Just to point out, the risk factor. We are not a high-risk district. There are 10 categories on that report. We are high risk in 3. Yes, they're vital, but 3 out of 10. There is a report done. There's 47 districts that are high risk. We are not one of them. Isaac, the reason why they closed or went into receivership is because they didn't report the ESSER funds correctly. Okay? That all got recalled. That's why they went $25 million in the hole. They didn't report correctly. We have awards over there. We're reporting correctly. We're not Isaac. Okay? My point is, we have done the research. We want to help. We're here. Again, step 1, put it on the agenda to get an override. That should have been done in December. Put it on the agenda to do the override. Step 2, stabilize the budget. That's 1 school, that's not 2. Okay? And the community members, I have research here. My research pal, Mr. Kai, has hours of research as well. We are open to conversation. We will share it with you. But again, do not say that Lone Mountain is pulling down the district, because it is not. It is not. Go back and watch the tape. It's all there for you. It's all recorded on YouTube. That one you can't use closed captions, so you actually have to watch the whole video. Okay? But my point is, again, we are here. I'm passionate about this. I didn't want to go the route I went. I wanted to go straight to solutions. But you have to be correct in what you're saying. So if you are going to come up here today and make a statement, please make sure you watched all those videos. Please make sure you did your research. And please make sure you're 100% confident in what you're going to say. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Benjamin Anderson, and he will have 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. And I will start by saying I have experienced firsthand the challenges of transitioning between schools, having attended 3 different districts in 2 states. I understand the concerns surrounding school closures and the disruptions they may cause. However, as a district facing a near $3 million deficit, we are left with difficult choices. These budget cuts must come from somewhere, either from closing 2 underutilized elementary schools, Lone Mountain and Desert Sun, or from making district-wide reductions and utilizing emergency carry-forward funds that will significantly impact students and budget sustainability at every level. If we do not consolidate these schools, the alternative is far more detrimental. The elimination of several fine arts and honors programs, including IB and several AP courses, as well as multiple elective courses that serve as incentives for students to remain in our district. Additionally, we would face the loss of numerous teaching positions, further increasing class sizes and placing an unsustainable burden on educators. These cuts would not just affect all Cactus Shadows, but the entire district, leading to declining educational quality, lower school test scores, and ultimately an exodus of students to other districts. To the parents and board members advocating to keep these elementary schools open, I urge you to consider the long-term consequences. Without strategic budget adjustments, the overall opportunities available to the children in our district will greatly diminish in academic quality and will be far more disruptive than adjusting to a new elementary school within the same district. Speaking as a student and as a classmate, every day at Cactus Shadows I'm surrounded by such talented individuals, future lawyers, doctors, engineers, CFOs, maestros, veterinarians, and dancers who use every ounce of their talent and dedication to pursue their future in spite of numerous challenges and obstacles. This kind of devotion cannot be reflected on a budget spreadsheet, but can certainly be limited by one. I've been so privileged and fortunate to be surrounded by these people who continue to push me forward in ways I've never imagined, and as such, I want to see this passion continue to grow within our district. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Shelley Niffen, and Shelley will have 1 minute.
Good evening. My name is Shelley Niffen. I'm a teacher in the district as well as a parent of 2 students. However, tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the Facilities Use Focus Group. Over the past months, I've heard suggestions that our group was rushed or frivolous in our decision making. Nothing could be further from the truth. We met over 8 months, deliberating for 20 hours, carefully considering multiple options. The decision to recommend LMES and DSA was neither easy nor lightly taken. Our group included faculty and community members from both schools, and the decision was unanimous. This is not about closing bad schools. All of our schools are incredible. In the end, we had to face a hard truth. Regardless of how much we love them, we can no longer afford the luxury of maintaining 5 elementary schools. At the end of the day, it is the people who make this district great, and we can be awesome anywhere as long as we continue to exist as a district. So I strongly urge the board to make the decision tonight to allow us to begin the process of moving forward together by closing these 2 schools. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eric DeVore, and Eric will have 5 minutes.
Good evening, President Greer, Governing Board members, and Mr. Dolezal. My name is Eric DeVore. This is my 13th year at Sonoran Trails Middle School. I'm here today because I am scared of what will happen to CCUSD in the long term if we do not close these 2 schools. I understand that being on a governing board is very difficult. You have a very difficult decisions to make in general. One has to be made tonight, and no matter which way you choose to go, somebody is going to be unhappy. But I feel that we need to do what's best for the long term of our entire district. By the way, I will say too, I am working with Sonoran Trails to do things for 6th grades. This is my work family as well. I do take this personally. Okay, we are not just going to absorb 6th graders without a plan. We are planning to separate them from the 7th and 8th graders, ensure that they have a smooth transition into our school. And let's be real, those 6th graders want to be at the middle school. I am scared that if we do not close both schools, we will have major issues when the 26-27 school year begins. I worry that we will have to make major cuts to programs, not just foreign language, but to specials and certain electives that cost us more money usually. These programs are major selling points for having students out of our district come to us. I'm worried what teachers will be asked to do for no pay in the future. I worry that many teachers will not sign their contracts if they are asked to do more for less money. Shutting down programs and losing our best teachers, I don't think is what the Lone Mountain community really wants to go for. Even if we don't close Lone Mountain, it would not be the same by the 26-27 school year, nor would it be for any elementary school. Not closing a school or just closing one will not be financially sustainable or responsible for this district in the long run. We know that there are public districts all over the state that are struggling. Mesa, Peavy, Scottsdale, Peoria, just to name a few, are closing several schools. Even Phoenix Union, which is one of the highest paying districts for teachers in the valley, just like several teachers go before winter break because of costs. This is a scary time for public education in Arizona, and we have to do something that will help the long term. I know that a lot of people suggested that going for an override, but that's not so simple. People don't realize that an override can cost the district money into the six figures. We also know that when we look at the history of our overrides passing, they do not. Our district, our community today is saying they are going to help us. We needed that help years ago as well. I'm sorry to the Lone Mountain teachers and parents that have to deal with this. This is hard for me to say because I know that some teachers have dedicated their entire career there. And I know that change is scary, but it's inevitable. And although change can be scary, the kids will be resilient. But our district and our finances are not. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aaron Gunderson, and Aaron will have 1 minute.
That's hard to follow. I have something pretty concise to say, but I wanted to answer just a couple questions that you guys had. We talked about transparency, which I think was really important, where you can find things, how you can be involved. You guys asked a lot of really pertinent questions that I think are really important moving forward. Talks about attrition. With those cuts, attrition will be nearly impossible, the mini cuts. And I think that those are great things to bring forward once we stop where we're at right now and make some really big decisions. So with that said, good evening, CCUSD School Board. Thank you for taking the time to listen to each of us and be willing to make hard decisions for the future of this district. I am a parent at Desert Willow and STMS, and although I have not been present at previous meetings, I have stayed up to date with the research and findings of the focus group created to help keep our district financially stable and successful. I haven't felt the need to speak up prior to this because the focus group was represented by all schools and included district staff with tangible numbers and many hours spent determining a very hard yet realistic
Thank you.
expectation.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Oh, okay. I'll give it
I'm
to somebody
sorry.
else.
Our next speaker is Brandy Aronson, and Brandy will have 5 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me, President Greer and the board? My name's Brandy Aronson, and the first thing I want to do is say I'm sorry to everyone if I hurt anyone's feelings. I don't want anyone to take this personally. None of this is personal. I'm a former parent. My son was Chance Aronson. He was in the IB program. He was with this batch of kids right here. And I'm also a certified teacher, and I work at Desert Willow, obviously. And I'm a community member. For the last 14 years that I've lived here, I have been up at 5 a.m. every time we've tried to pass a bond, every time we've tried to pass an override, a bond. I have even called a few of you to probably get posters to throw in my car when we're all running. But I'm here because I've heard so much bashing across this community. And I did not move here. I did not raise my son in this community because we weren't like this. This is not our community. And the other day, I came to our meeting on Monday.
And Dr. Jensen said something, and I've not been able to get this out of my head. She said, and I quote, "I mourned and I cried." That was her school. That's where she was a principal. That's where her children go. She was upset. And the fact that she felt comfortable enough to tell us, just these people sitting in the stands, I thought that was pretty awesome. So then I noticed a woman sitting by herself to the side on the left, blonde hair. She looked so familiar, but I couldn't see her face. So then I wait till the end of the meeting, and I walk over and I tap this woman on the shoulder, and it's Miss Angela Thomas, who brought my son from this little, I don't know, twerpy little kid to a child who not only has been told he can believe in himself, but now he does. My son got he's entered college as a sophomore, full year behind him. He got a full ride with grants as well and scholarships, all academic, to go to University of San Diego because he was raised here in this community. And people don't think it's going to hit the high school, it will. And I teach the youngest. I'm a preschool teacher. She teaches the oldest. She's the one getting these kids to school. And you know what? I look around and I look at my children, my students, and then I look at what's going on around here. And guess what? These questions have been asked and answered. Nobody wants to hurt anyone. It's just rehashing the same thing over and over. And I'm looking at my preschool students, and I'm looking around, and I don't want to be the one to tell them that, oh, I'm sorry, you're not going to have the same opportunities that my son did when he was in high school. For that much, you probably won't even have the same opportunities that our kids do 4th, 5th grade. Because the kids right now in these classes will have moved on to Lone Mountain or to Cactus Shadows, and guess what? They're gone. They're not worried about it anymore. Now we have a new batch. So I want to know who's going to look in those preschoolers' eyes and tell them they don't have the same opportunity that a student that graduated last year has. That is unacceptable for this community. I want everybody to look around this room right now because this is your community. And you might not like this person sitting next to you right now because they don't agree with you, but guess what? In middle school or high school, that could be your child's very best friend. It could even be, guess what? Maybe a love interest. And you have to get along with that person whether you want to or not. So, this is all one community, and we all have one goal, and we all have one purpose, and that is the same. It's our kids. We need to start thinking of our kids first, not all this minutia that's going on, but we need to put our kids first, vote, move on, and repair this community because right now it is divided right down the middle, and none of us moved here for this. We moved here because we're in an awesome community, and right now it's really ugly. And you know what? I want to say hats off to those Desert Willow staff members out there because they have taken a real beating and they've all kept it together. They've always taken that high road. So I want every one of you to remember, this is your community.
Brandy, your time's up.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Austin Kotzman, and if I ruin your names, I apologize. 3 minutes.
Good evening, President Greer, Governing Board members, Mr. Dolezal, and district staff. My name is Austin Kautzman, and I am currently a junior enrolled in the International Baccalaureate Diploma Program at Cactus Shadows. I wanted to speak tonight to express my deep concern regarding the IB and Fine Arts programs. 2 programs at the high school that might be shut down if you don't vote to close both Lone Mountain and Desert Sun tonight. As a dedicated student in the IB program and an active participant in the high school's fine arts programs, I've had the unique opportunity to develop a well-rounded academic and artistic education that has shaped my growth as a person and as a student. The IB program has taught me to think critically, solve problems creatively, and engage with the world in meaningful ways. It is rigorous, globally accepted curriculum that has provided me with a solid foundation for future academic and career opportunities. It also gives me a huge advantage when it comes to college and scholarship applications. In addition, the fine arts program, especially theater and choir, have been integral parts of my high school experience. They have helped me develop confidence, discipline, and teamwork skills. These programs contribute not only to my personal development, but to the enrichment of the entire school community. The performances we put on bring students, parents, and community members together, fostering a sense of pride and belonging. I understand that difficult decisions must be made to balance budgets, but I urge the school district to reconsider. Cutting these programs would not only limit opportunities for students like me, but also remove critical parts of the educational experience that many students rely on to explore their passions and talents. The loss of the IB program would diminish the academic rigor and global perspective that sets our school apart. Similarly, eliminating the fine arts program would take away a vital outlet for creativity and self-expression that many students rely on for personal fulfillment and growth. Most importantly for you all as the board, the cutting of these programs will decrease enrollment. I ask that you please consider the long-term impact of these potential cuts on students, families, and community members who benefit from these programs. Thank you for your time and consideration. I would be more than happy to discuss this matter further and provide any additional perspectives as a student directly affected by these potential cuts. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Scott Brown, and Scott will have 4 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Scott Brown. My family's lived in the district for the last 23 years. I was a parent volunteer with my kids as they went to Lone Mountain, Desert Arroyo, and Cactus Shadows. After that, I was privileged to serve for 5 years on this governing board. My son and daughter were the first class at Lone Mountain in the fall of 2002. My daughter, though, was also in the last class at Desert Arroyo in May of 2010. Now, I'll comment about something that was said in the past meetings about Desert Arroyo. Cabinet members have tried to compare Desert Arroyo's closing to the possible closings at Desert Sun and Lone Mountain. Let me tell you, there is no comparison. I would hope that the cabinet would be truthful in the closing of Desert Arroyo, as it was never financial. Desert Arroyo was closed by a past superintendent who was more dictator than educator. Desert Arroyo actually was known as DAMS, D-A-A-M-S. But to align with the other 4-letter abbreviations for our schools, that second A was dropped most of the time. What was that second A? It stood for accelerated. As Desert Arroyo Accelerated Middle School was an A-plus school for 8 straight years, with over 600 students and 24 teachers, some which are still teaching in our district today. Mr. Hazeltine, for one. While serving on the governing board, I had outlined 10 different options that Desert Arroyo could have been converted to, but the current and prior 2 superintendents will not act on any of these options. Also, there's been comments made about past boards' use of ESSER funds. These funds were diligently examined, were recorded properly, were spent within the federal guidelines, and at the time, that was the only extra money the board had to work with. And if I remember right, we gave, whether small amounts, but we tried to pass that money down to teachers and staff as a stipend, as a thank you for getting us through the COVID. Now on to a cabinet member who only wants to use word of mouth as a marketing plan. We've tried to have different conversations with prior superintendents about marketing. I would push our state test scores, which are way above average, our high number of national board certified teachers, and our great programs. But the common reply was, we don't want to upset the apple cart with our neighboring, much larger school districts. Well, sometimes the smallest dog has to have the biggest bark. To the governing board, your vote tonight does not affect a second grade PAL student at Lone Mountain or fourth grade French immersion student at Desert Sun. Your decision tonight will affect every elementary and middle school student and change the face of this district for years to come. When Desert Arroyo was closed, the toll on the students was never taken into consideration. It took years to integrate the different students into the new campuses. There was resentment and anger from students and parents alike. Forcing school communities into different elementary schools and what could be the overcrowding at the middle school will definitely affect every student. One other quick item, the failed bond in 21 and the failed override in 22, our community told us they didn't trust us as handling the taxpayer funds. I asked for a forensic audit. Neither the current board president or the prior president would even put it on an agenda for the board to even have a discussion.
Scott,
And I
your
wonder
time
why.
is up. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Jill McLinn, and Jill will have 1 minute.
Hi. Change is never easy, especially when it comes to something as important as closing schools. I had the privilege of teaching at Desert Arroyo Middle School, a place filled with incredible students, dedicated staff, and countless memories. When the doors closed, it was tough, but I realized something important. Teaching isn't about a building. It's about the connections we make, the knowledge we share, and the impact we have on our students' lives. So yes, schools may close, but learning continues. I'm still guiding, still making a difference, and still teaching at a school that I love, even though it is not Desert Arroyo. And that's what truly matters. Education isn't confined to walls. It lives in the people who carry it forward. As long as we all keep teaching, students will keep learning no matter what building we are in. While I realize the decision is not an easy one, I encourage you to do the right thing and close both Desert Sun and Lone Mountain. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tanya Novella. And 6 minutes. No.
All right, President Busby, board members, and cabinet, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Tanya Novella, and I'm a mom of 2 CCUSD students and a Desert staff member. I know tonight's decision is incredibly difficult. I can only imagine the weight on your shoulders, knowing that it will undoubtedly disappoint many in our community. We are at a crossroads. It is critical that we make these hard choices now, and that is to close both schools. If we don't act, we'll be forced to return in just a year or two, facing even more difficult decisions. As a DSA staff member and parent, this is not an easy message for me to convey. It pains me deeply, but I also understand why these steps are necessary. Our ultimate responsibility is to do what's best for our children, ensuring that they have the best education and future possible. I ask that we don't placate to the few. We must think long-term and prioritize the well-being of all of our students. Together, we have the opportunity to make the hard decisions that will secure a better future for our district and the children we serve. Lastly, DSA staff would like to thank our amazing principal, Kelly Z. Kelly, we all came up with this. Kelly, words can hardly express the gratitude we feel for everything you have done for us at Desert Sun. We've been incredibly fortunate to have you leading us with such grace, compassion, and unwavering strength. You are more than just a boss. You are a source of support, kindness, and inspiration to each and every one of us. Thank you for always listening, for being there for us through every high and every low, and for showing up with a heart full of empathy, even when you have your own burdens to bear. You never hesitate to check in on us, offering a shoulder to lean on, whether we need to laugh, cry, or simply process our feelings. It's remarkable how you have managed to lift us all up while navigating such challenging times yourself. Please know that you are never alone in this, and we appreciate you more than words can say. Through it all, you've kept DSA positive, hopeful, and grounded, even when it felt impossible. That takes an extraordinary person, and you are the person for us. You are the force that keeps our staff and students engaged and connected. Our students adore you, and the staff can't help but be inspired by your leadership. We honestly wish that every school could experience the magic that Kelly is. You are our North. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carrie McCullough, and Carrie will have 7 minutes.
Well, now I have tears in my eyes, so thank you, Tanya, for doing that, because Kelly is an amazing person, and we're going to definitely miss her. Members of the Cabinet and Governing Board, I had a whole long speech. I would probably cut it down to about a minute and a half because I know we have a lot of people here and we need to get going. So I'm just going to summarize some of the things that I just wanted to share. I have details and facts underneath each one if anyone's interested. But basically, significant changes need to happen. My heart is deeply connected to this community. I've been here for over 2 decades. And my comments are not about grieving, but I'm seeking understanding. The first thing, much of the data presented in all of these is inconsistent. Every presentation has different numbers, and the community notices that. Number 2, the rumors need to stop. Last year, before the facilities committee started, the rumors were out there that Lone Mountain was closing. We lost enrollment because of that. All over social media then and still today. There's postings all the time saying, we were supposed to go to Lone Mountain, or we were supposed to go to CCUSD, but schools might be closing. And then underneath the posts, all it says under the social media people is, oh, well, this charter school is wonderful. PV's accepting people. We need to stop this. The rumors have to stop. My heart goes out to Desert Sun because they've been enduring these rumors for almost a decade. And every year their enrollment is dropping. We need to stop. Lone Mountain, after April, the enrollment dropped, as Member Moore mentioned, because of those rumors. People are scared. We also must be supporting our teachers. The slide presentation tonight, and I know I'm always stuck on special ed, but that's where my heart is. Currently, there are 6 ESS teachers between Desert Sun and Lone Mountain, 7 if you count preschool. Students requiring special education services won't be going elsewhere because the other schools are not opening enrollment for them. There are currently 60 K through 6 resource students between Lone Mountain and Desert Sun combined, with 15 PAL students. So how are these students going to be receiving services on other campus if we are cutting 5 of the 6 teachers? Is this the plan to add students to the current teachers' caseloads? If that's the case, the district will face the same issue of teacher turnover and potentially needing to hire contractors, if we can even find contractors. More students will likely be placed in private placements due to overwhelmed teachers. As I said before, I know personally a lot of the students in private placements, and had those teachers had support, they would not need to be there. Ultimately, the district will lose additional funds because our teachers are not being supported. The posted behavioral specialist position is a fantastic start. We need to do more things like that to support the people in our trenches. With that said, the district must be financially responsible and changes are needed. This isn't about the emotions of closing the schools, but this is about the community deserving a clear, actionable plan. Rumors over the years have caused DSA's enrollment to drop, and this past year, the rumors have caused Lone Mountain's enrollment to drop. Just last week, even more surfaced about what may be cut. We're operating on what ifs and fear instead of the data. The same list that has been shared for years about the cuts is now being thrown out again. I have seen this list every year for the last about 10 years. And every year, somehow, we make do. I do understand that at some point, there isn't money. But why are we causing and fueling fear and anxiety and causing our students and staff to leave based on that fear? Our district has so many incredible strengths to be proud of. But right now, I too am disappointed. We have to stop building the plane while it's in the air. Take a breath. Find out a true solution. Before we can find long-term solutions, we also must first admit that there's problems. I keep hearing that we need to rip off the Band-Aid, but why aren't we focusing on stopping the bleeding instead? Why are students and staff leaving? Why aren't bonds and overrides passing? The past few months sum it up. We need to build trust with our community. Take the community along for the journey. Have a growth mindset. Share real-time minutes from meetings to prevent rumors. Be honest. Ask for input along the way from everybody, even the biggest naysayers, because if we can get those people on our side, we are golden. Tap into the strengths of our community. People are eager to help. I ask everyone sitting before us to listen and wonder, how can we best serve this district, rather than simply assuming you know what's best for this district. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marla Rainey, and Marla will have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Marla Rainey. I am a proud parent of a student at Desert Sun Academy. While decisions are being made tonight may directly impact our school, I understand that choices reflect a larger vision for our entire community, not just the one for one individual school. I recognize that tonight you face some difficult and emotional decisions that unfortunately have created tension within our CCUSD community. We have to remember that there are no winners tonight. It has led our schools being pitted against each other, teachers against teachers, parents against parents. And I sincerely hope that after your decision and is made tonight, we can begin to heal and come together to rebuild the strength of our amazing district. As we move forward, innovation must be a key part of the process. In past discussions, I've proposed the idea of grade-banded schools. But there's also other suggestions, such as shifting Desert Willow to a full immersion model without boundaries. CCUSD has the potential to compete with surrounding districts thanks to the dedication of our amazing staff and the impressive success of our students. We must think outside the box, rebrand, and share our story to highlight the incredible things happening within our schools. On a more specific note, I believe moving 6th grade to Sonora Trails Middle School is the right decision. It offers a model that allows for a 3-year educational experience, fostering stronger community connections, enhancing educational opportunities, far more effective than the current 2-year rotating door. As school board members, you are entrusted with setting the direction of the district. Your responsibility is to think ahead, ensuring that our schools meet high academic standards and that our students are succeeding academically. You must be diligent stewards of our taxpayer funds, ensuring that they're used wisely and responsibly. And I encourage you to view this as an opportunity for transformational change. that we need to lead us to a stronger, more sustainable district for years to come. Finally, to all the concerned folks in the room, no matter what the results are tonight, our district is going to need your continued involvement. If you are not currently following Action for Students on Instagram and Facebook, please do so. There may be future volunteer opportunities in the near future, and we need you all at the table to build and strengthen our district together. Thank you.
I would like to take a 5-minute recess so that we can use the restroom. Sorry. Do we need a motion?
Do we need a motion?
We're taking a break.
Okay, cool.
We'll be back in 5. I'm gonna. Board members. That was more than 5 minutes. All right, we're calling our.
And then everybody was like, we all needed to.
Excuse me, if we'd like to continue, we need the room to be quiet. I don't mean to be the heavy here, but. Okay. Our next speaker is Sky Cooper, and Sky will have 3 minutes.
Good evening, President Busby, members of the board. My name is Sky Cooper, and I'm a proud CCUSD alum. I attended Horseshoe Trails, Sonoran Trails, and Cactus Shadows class of 2015, and I've been a special education teacher in our district for the last 6 years. I'm here tonight to advocate for the well-being of this school district that we all love so much. I know that you are faced with a difficult decision in this room tonight, but I urge you to make the decision that will preserve this community for years to come. When I graduated from NAU in 2019, I knew without question that I wanted to return to Cave Creek to begin my teaching career. When I look back at that time, I remember the feeling of uncertainty about what school I would potentially become a teacher at, and I remember one specific thought that I had. It doesn't matter what elementary school wants to hire me, as long as I'm at CCUSD. That is because I grew up being surrounded by amazing teachers, some of which are in this room tonight, an amazing community, and also friends in this district, and I knew it was more about the community than the campus. I still have an amazing group of friends that I graduated from Cactus Shadows with. Each of us attended different elementary schools in the district, but at the end of the day, we were all just Cave Creek kids who made some of the strongest friendships we could ask for. I know that this is not an easy decision, but a necessary one. We are a resilient community that will band together to support our students in every way possible, but in order to do so, I urge you to approve the recommendation to close the 2 schools tonight. Because our community as a whole deserves to have schools filled with fairly paid staff, opportunities, and programs that will set them up for success. Without moving forward with this recommendation, all of that is at stake, and I would hate to see the district that I love so much continue to lose the resources that our kids deserve. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Oliver Depew, and Oliver will have 13 minutes. Wow.
I'm not actually going to use them all.
Okay.
First, I want to thank everyone who's spoken in support of our IB program tonight. It really means the world to us. It's been a life-changing experience going through it all. Now, to the speech. Parents, I understand your fears and your concerns about Lone Mountain shutting down. For the past year, I have been knocking on doors, making calls, campaigning for people in Arizona who promise to help public education. So trust me when I say that I care. But I need the parents of LMES and the members of the board to ask themselves, how much are we willing to get rid of before our district is not viable for student success? Parents, are you willing to send your kids to a high school with minimal AP classes, few fine arts, a high school devoid of opportunities to take classes that we are passionate about? If the school board votes to shut down all our programs to keep LMES open, every Cactus Shadows student could be denied of the hope of ever attending a prestigious college. If our high school does not have the opportunities and options as every other high school in the Phoenix area, people are not going to keep their kids in CCUSD, and we will lose even more funding than we already have. Our district will collapse in on itself. So again, parents, I hear and deeply care about your concerns. But if we gut our high school, you won't want to keep your child at Cactus Shadows, and we might not have a school district at all. New schools can be scary, but they're always an opportunity for personal growth, and the district will be able to serve them better at their new schools with the new available funding. Our teachers, administrators, cafeteria workers, and all other staff members deserve more. If we cut their salaries, increase their class sizes, and provide even more uncertainty than we already do, we will have no one left. So again, I implore the board, listen to the students and the teachers and community members that you serve, and do not gut the high school. I love this district and the community that I've built and found, and it would tear me apart to watch it all disappear. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lila Phipps, and Lila will have 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Lila Phipps. I'm a senior at Cactus Shadows, and I've been a part of the school district since preschool. As co-president of Drama Club, I'm speaking not only on behalf of myself, but for our club board members and all the art students sitting here behind me. We understand the pressure that the school board is under during this difficult decision, and we applaud your commitment and dedication to our district. The closing of Desert Sun and Lone Mountain is imperative to keeping the arts alive. As the youngest daughter in my family and a senior, it would be immensely easy for me to ignore this problem, as it will not directly affect me. However, the arts and our theater program specifically has changed my life, and I want others to be able to reap the benefits of what theater has to offer for years to come. Theater has taught me patience, dedication, accountability, public speaking, and so much more. I would not be the person you see standing before you today without Mr. Kupo and our theater program. The support and love that each and every one of us has received through the arts has changed the course of our lives. Our teachers are dedicated and love every second of what they do, and they have to because of their poor compensation. Over the years, I've noticed a trend that many of the students that pursue arts in high school tend to pursue similar arts in college. My sister, a Cactus Shadows graduate of the class of 2022, is studying professionally for musical theater. Other students are studying at NYU, ASU, Hofstra, AMDA, and so many more. All of these students were directly involved in our arts programs in high school and may not have found the passion without these teachers, classes, and clubs. More importantly, theater has become a safe space for many students to freely express who they are, and taking that away would be devastating for so many kids. We empathize with the parents and families of Desert Sun and Lone Mountain, but we also know the arts have the ability to change our students' lives, like it did for every single one of us here tonight. We ask that you consider the negative effect of our district and that the students would face, and we ask you to think of the future of our students while you make your decision. Thank you.
Our next speaker is James Kai, and he will have 21 minutes. What's that last name? Is that Kremer? Kremer? Okay. Okay.
I'm so sad that they all think their stuff's going away.
President Greer, members of the board, cabinet, Mr. Dolezal, thank you so much. As always, you've heard from me multiple times. I'm going to do a quick little just background, since we have a lot more people in the audience today, and just a quick perspective. I won't promise, but I'll do my best to not use the full 20 minutes. So, for those of you that don't know, I am a father of 4. I have 2 kids at Cactus Shadows High School. I have a senior there, as well as a freshman. So we're deeply connected. I do have 2 kids at Lone Mountain, and they all did attend Lone Mountain. If you've listened to anything that I've said in my previous conversations, I really wanted to come together in a way that we could come and problem solve for solution-oriented results. I'm looking at it from multiple ways as far as understanding it. My background is a developer, and what initially got me questioning things was kind of what are we going to do with Lone Mountain, knowing we had issues with Desert Arroyo in the past. Mr. McQueen was able to get me to come to their house one meeting and then got me plugged in. But what it's really done as well is it's helped me get to know a lot of the community. We've been part of it. We've been involved from sports across the board since our kids were doing soccer to elementary school, Desert DFAC now into the high school as well. So we've been there for a long time. I just give you that background because I think there has been some misconceptions about, there's been discussions about grieving and Lone Mountain and needing to move on and being a small group of people. We've had from meetings, let's see. So there's a meeting on 12/3 I did not attend. There was a meeting on 12/10 I did attend. I did not attend the DSA meeting on 1/8. I did attend the meeting for Lone Mountain on 1/9, 1/13, the focus group on 2/3, and the focus group on February 10th. The focus group at the February 10th was not highly attended, but each of those meetings I've had opportunities to speak for 15 plus minutes each every time at a minimum. And I just want to say that because it represents not a small group of people. There's a lot of people that may not feel comfortable speaking, or they've spoken along the way. So in all those meetings, I know we haven't heard as many from Lone Mountain parents today. They've spoken. They've gone through this process. They don't want to just continue to say some of the same things as well. But there's a lot going on there. I think from a history standpoint, we went through it. It's important to back out a little bit, and I'm going to do that here. So the issue that I think we have, and there's a couple ways that we've looked at it, and I've mentioned it before. Mr. Dolezal, your guys' current perspective from the cabinet is a perspective of cutting expenses to right-size the ship. The perspective that I've looked at, and as I look at all the information that we've had, is it's not only an expense issue, but it's a top line. And so when I mean top line, again, it's a revenue piece. We've talked about our losses. So you might not be able to see, and I don't have as good a slides as Mr. McQueen, but what this represents here, and I've kind of sent that over, this orange line represents our expenses that we had based on Mr. Pletnick's presentation that was from the February 3rd meeting. As you look at this red line represents kind of what the cut will do and puts us, as you can see, they're flat there, that goes through that. This blue line represents our revenue and the M&O numbers that we've been talking about. So RCL, I think, has been referenced, but our revenue, and I may be using it wrong, is based on student population. So as you can see here, there's a large divergence as we continue on. So I know we're talking about cutting expenses today, this one-time cut, and we get stabilized with it. But my question to you is that the issue that we are solving? If we have ongoing student loss, which at the February 3rd focus group meeting, it was indicated, and we mentioned it here, 10% loss was through the high school, 5% was through the middle school. If we continue to have those losses, we've cut, right? We've made that cut. What else are we going to cut at that point in time? But we're not getting to the issue. So the question is the why. How do we get to solve some of those things? And I think we've had some discussion about it. It's not an easy topic when looking at all these things that way as well. So when I started, it was a Lone Mountain issue and looking at things that way. But as I've dove deeper and deeper, this is a district-wide issue. There is fallout that comes from making these changes. And when I go back to the numbers that we looked at, so let's go to our presentation that was on 12/3. So that presentation, I think the number was around $780,000. Is that right, Dr. Pletnick? Yeah, $780,000 of savings. That's what was asked for in the savings that we're looking at. Today, with the new numbers and specifics that were there, we're now looking at let me pull that up here, I apologize, for I think DSA, when I looked at it, if you look at where we were at versus where we would go if we cut that, I think it's a $900,000 savings. Right in that number in there. So we're hitting the goals of kind of what we were looking at that point in time. So the question is there another way to look at this? We've always been talking about it's either all the schools and we need to cut all these other things that way as well. But as the numbers, we dive in there a little bit deeper, do we know exactly where we're at, right? We're learning, we're asking these questions. But when you shut a school down, And I'm not saying that not shutting it today, we need to evaluate overall, but when you're shutting it down, the way that it's gone through this process right now, with the transparency piece, we've talked about that, it creates fallout that goes that way as well. I'm excited to see all the students here, to see all the teachers here as well, but again, it's rumors of information. Dr. Jensen, you just said it's not the IB program that's getting cut right next year, but the rumors are that it's going to get cut next year. So again, we need to be looking at this. We were asked when Lone Mountain came in to not be emotional about what we were doing. And it isn't emotional. It's a hard thing that we've got. I've tried my best, Mr. McQuain, the community, and encourage the community as well to be able to look at data and information when we're doing things that way as well. Going through a public process, if it's multiple schools, getting community involvement through some of those things allows people to get buy-in. They also, here's the other benefit too, is we all come from different perspectives. I've sat with cabinet members, I've sat with board members, and I've learned things along the way. And that's part of the community piece that we have. But when we go through these processes, there's some uncertainty that may come through that process. But I think we need to really revisit that. So my main issues are, it's not a capacity issue, it's an enrollment loss. And when we look at that, what are we doing to change the enrollment loss? Is there a way, again, to mitigate some of our losses, like we're saying, with shutting down the one school without having to shut down another school based on the fact that, and let me back up, I've had conversations with Lone Mountain parents, and we've sat in meetings, and they've said, you know, it's not the fact that they're just shutting our school down, it's the vision of what's going on. I don't know what we're getting to, because, again, if we don't have vision, and you still have that gap, which is roughly about $27 million, which is I think what we're talking about and getting to, we're going to be back here in the same spot. So if we lose the same percentage that we are on trend for, we've been losing about 8 or 9% in that range. We're going to have another $2.5 million loss. So we can make all these cuts, we can make all these changes right now, and we feel like we're going to be safe. But if that enrollment loss continues to drop, we're going to be in the same spot, and then we're cutting additional schools. But here's the thing about business, and so you do not cut yourself out of a bad situation. A cut is a one-time gain that you lose. You have to look at what is it that's going to attract people, what's going to create different things. And that's what I've been wanting to try to bring to topic, to be able to look at it that way as well. And so, board, I know it's a difficult decision. I know that there's other things. But what we've been asking, part of it is slowing it down, pumping the brakes. I'm going to go back to the bond and override issue. I've said it a couple times as well. So this room is packed, right? This room has never been this packed, I think, since we've had all these meetings. Would you guys all agree with me? And so I challenge all of you, and I did it. The last time I asked people to raise their hands, and I said, look, raise your hand. Would you help with an override in that scenario? And so I know, and I was not there knocking on doors at 5 a.m. before, but I will tell you, right now, we are in a dire situation. And I don't know if it was that clear to me that we had that $2.5 million of loss to be able to say, hey, this is where we're at. But getting the community involved, getting him going that way, I think it is. Board Member Fortney, it was 63%. So of the people, there was 89 people that had responded. And we have names. Again, can't commit 100%, but they at least put their name and number down and said they would help. So that's a step in the right direction, I think, with all those types of things. But before we start jumping off, I guess, and I look at this, the Band-Aid ripping off, however you want to look at it, if there's opportunities to be able to have a little bit more grace room to be able to not just jump in and dive into a situation, I think we need to look at that. And that's where the closure of one school, making changes there as well, middle school, moving that from 5th to 6th, as well as what you guys have looked at with Desert Arroyo Middle School, are things that need to be considered versus looking at shutting down both the schools, knowing likely we will be back in a similar situation because we're not changing the root cause of the issues that are there. A couple other things that we've got here. So at the end of the day, part of this process, and it's been touched on a little bit earlier too, is the information has not been fully presented, I would say. And the fact that, like, if we're looking at cuts and doing all these other things, those are opportunities. But I think it helps to have these items brought out at the very beginning, because it's kind of been rolled out. You know, at each meeting, we've had new things that have rolled out, new numbers that have rolled out, new consequences that could have rolled out. Again, I think having those all come out, and I'm not criticizing the cabinet in that regards, but as we're working through this, that helps build that transparency. It helps to bring the community together when we're looking at doing all those things. Okay. I also think we've talked about opportunities on SPED programs, savings there, revenue opportunities. So trying to look at some of those instead of just having to have everything cut puts us in a better position and creating a creative mind. People use Zach had used the book, The Gap and the Gain. And so this is something that I teach my kids. And I think it's something that's really important to look at. If you haven't read that book, I highly recommend it. It's called The Gap and the Gain, and it's a perspective on how we look at it. So if you're looking at something right here and opportunities, there's a gap, right? You've got a gap here. And do you look at that gap as something that you can't overcome? Or when you look at it, is it an area to grow and opportunity that way? So I think this is an opportunity, and we've said it before. All these people coming together into this room is an opportunity. They're an asset. Although it maybe feel like a liability and it's been difficult that way, they're here because they care and to help get the district moving forward in that direction. So I really appreciate your time. I know you all are probably tired of hearing from me, but I do care greatly about this district as a whole, and it's an important piece to be able to kind of keep moving forward. Or I wouldn't be here. I really do, and it's something, for those of you that have known me for a while, it's something I care about. So thank you very much. I'll give you guys 8 minutes back of your life, and appreciate the time. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Doug Kremer, and Doug will have 1 minute.
All right, thank you for having me. We came to this district, moved out of state, and we came to this town, this district, because of what you guys had to offer. We were looking for advanced courses, offerings for our kids. I have a kid in the IB program now. It's a great program. I'm primarily here because I hear this talk of possibly cutting programs, and I think that's a gigantic mistake. I think what we need to, if you're sitting here weighing closing a building or cutting programs, I think is foolish. These programs are so important. I think what we need to be saying is that after we make all these decisions, we need to be able to tell the community that we're going to continue to offer a top-notch education. And you cut those programs, you take that stuff away, it's going to be a huge problem. I don't have enough time. I just want to say, as far as the IB program, we can throw in extra money. We'd be happy
Doug,
to
your
as parents.
time's up. I'm sorry. Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Tobin, and Rebecca will have 1 minute.
Hi, I'm here to speak to the strength of something we have in our community. Desert Willow was born 25 years ago. It was the first established international Spanish immersion school in the state of Arizona. Offering this unique program sets us apart from other districts, as does the international baccalaureate program offered here at Cactus Shadows. These two programs give our district something unique and something to promote. This helps our kids stand out on their college applications. Other districts do not offer this. Desert Willow is a fully immersive program to learn Spanish at every grade level, and with nearly half their day in Spanish, it's a program for every single age of kid. Learning a second language from early on increases cognitive skills, enhances memory, improves language, and fosters cultural awareness. One of the more unexpected benefits of learning a language is it results in higher test scores in math and science later on. The kids in our district are able to achieve the highest possible bilingual certificate through Cactus Shadows that take the IB capstone class. This bilingual certificate makes them more competitive for college scholarships and even job opportunities. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ethan Tobin, and Ethan will have 1 minute.
Voy a empezar diciendo que no estaría donde hoy en día sin la escuela primaria Desert Willow. My name is Ethan Tobin. I was a former student at Desert Willow and am currently an IB diploma candidate. Now, Desert Willow has been an incredible school for me. Since a young age, I've been experiencing Spanish. You get half of your day, half of your day, school day is in Spanish. That helps. By the end of senior year, oftentimes we are completely fluent. It is an incredible program. I'm just wanting to speak to the parents that may have a student in a school that may close. It is an excellent program to join. It changed my life. As I said in the beginning of this, I would not be where I am today without that program. Thank you.
Okay. Next is Nicole Dahlke. I'm sorry. 1 minute.
Hello, I had a prepared thing, but I'm going to spare you. I just wanted to rise in support and encourage you to vote to close the 2 schools and move the 6th graders to the middle school. I am Nicole Dahlke. I am a teacher at Sonoran Trails. I'm a resource teacher. That's special education. I'm also a parent, or I graduated a student from Cactus Shadow. She went to Desert Willow, and she graduated a couple years ago. So as a community member and as a teacher in special education in particular, I just wanted to thank you for taking the time to listen to everyone and to encourage you to make the tough decision. And I also wanted to reach out or just encourage the parents who might be experiencing the emotions of potentially their school closing, just to reassure you that if you do make that decision and you do close, that we will take care of your kids.
Our next speaker is Andrew Cupo, and Andrew will have 4 minutes.
President Greer, Vice President Ulmer, members Moore, Walker, and Fortney. My name is Andrew Cupo. I'm here tonight once again as the CCA co-president, a member of the certified IBN team, a graduate, a student who went to Cave Creek Elementary School, which closed, a student who went to Desert Sun, which closed and moved and then could potentially close, a student who went to Desert Arroyo, which closed, and a student who went to Cactus Shadows. Most importantly, I'm here on behalf of all the Falcons and future Falcons in CCUSD. I first want to say thank you to all 5 of you. I know these past few months have been exhausting, not just this decision, but previous decisions as well, filled with tough choices, sleepless nights, and the weights of decisions that will shape our district's future. I don't envy the position you're in, but I do appreciate the time, energy, and the thought you've put into this decision. I also want to thank the teachers and parents, and especially the students in this room, for stepping up, getting involved, and making their voices heard. After years of volunteering for failed overrides and bond campaigns, it's refreshing. It's inspiring to see this level of engagement, and I'll remind you, we are always looking for help. We make no qualms about who will help us, and we make no lies that we need it. So all the time, please. No matter what happens tonight, please hold on to this passion. Continue fighting for our incredible schools. I'm also here to present a letter co-signed by 21 teachers at Cactus Shadows, respectfully urging you to vote in favor of closing both Desert Sun and Lone Mountain. For 15 years, I've worked in this district, prided ourselves on our motto, students first, people always. I've dedicated countless hours to a school community that believed in one team. And now I have the privilege of serving students in my hometown and a professional learning community that strives to move forward together. All the while, CCUSD has been held hostage by a state that refuses and continues to refuse to fund public schools at a sustainably viable level, and a community that has repeatedly denied us funding at the ballot box, leaving us to stretch our resources thin, do more with less, and to constantly kick the can down the road. But now we have an opportunity to do something that's been whispered about for years. We could solve our budgetary issues by making tough decisions today for tomorrow's students. It's time to take decisive action. It's time to live by our principles, work within our means, and focus our resources where they can best serve all students across all campuses. At the end of the day, everyone in this room is fighting for the same thing, doing what's best for students. But there's a difference between what's doing best for some students and doing what's best for all students. Some in this room truly want to move forward together, genuinely believe in playing as one team. Only one outcome tonight truly puts all students first. We, the teachers, respectfully ask that you discuss and contemplate the future of this district, that as you do this, you'd consider every child, not just some. Please don't hold our district, our incredible district, hostage any longer. Make the decisions tonight that safeguard the quality of education that everyone in this room is so passionately fighting for. When this year's kindergartners make it to high school and walk across the stage to shake your hand, what kind of educational experience do you want them to have had? Thank you.
And that concludes our call to the public. Item 5, old business, we have none. Item 6.1, consideration and approval for CCUSD to submit a request for the demolition of Desert Arroyo Middle School, presented by Mr. Dolezal.
President Busby, members of the board, before we begin the items before us this evening, I would like to just acknowledge that tonight is heavy with emotion. The possibility of closing schools is one of the most difficult decisions a school district can face, and certainly the toughest of my 32 years in education. What I have learned throughout this process, in both conversations and in emails, is that as a community, we all share a common purpose that unites us. That purpose is to provide the best opportunities for every child in our district. We all know the realities we face: financial constraints on many levels, changing enrollment patterns, a declining birth rate, affordable housing. These challenges require us to think critically and make tough decisions that, while painful, aim to serve our CCUSD students' long-term interests. To the community and the board, I believe I have been clear on why we are making these recommendations. By making tough decisions today, we set CCUSD on the road to being a fiscally responsible and solvent district with powerful learning schools that focus on meeting the needs of our community kids through comprehensive K-12 schools and opportunities. Comprehensive schools with well-rounded programming that promotes the academic growth, physical growth, artistic growth, and mental health of all of our students. That meets our unified purpose of providing the best opportunities for every student. Our recommendations are about CCUSD balancing prudent financial management and educational excellence. Consolidating schools and aligning our expenditures with the budget will allow us to offer exceptional opportunities at every school level and continue the tradition of excellence that is the hallmark of CCUSD in our community. At this time, administration recommends that the board approves the submission of a demolition resolution request through the end of useful life process to the School Facility Division for Desert Arroyo Middle School.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Let's do a roll call vote. Dan?
Yes.
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
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 Okay. All right, item 6.2, consideration and approval to move CCUSD 6th grade students to Sonoran Trails Middle School effective July 1st, 2025, presented by Mr. Dolezal.
President Busby, members of the board, administration moves that the board approve the grade reconfiguration for Sonoran Trails Middle School to include students in grades 6 through 8 and all CCUSD elementary schools to grades K through 5.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Roll call. Dan?
Aye.
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
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 Okay. Item 6.3, consideration and approval to close Desert Sun Academy effective July 1st, 2025, pursuant to its authority under ARS 15-34132, and to approve boundary changes as presented pursuant to its authority under ARS 15-34137 as follows. Consolidate Desert Sun Academy with Horseshoe Trails Elementary School effective for the 2025-26 school year, presented by Mr. Dolezal.
President Busby, members of the board, administration moves that the governing board approve the closure of Desert Sun Academy effective July 1 of 2025 pursuant to its authority under ARS 15-34132 effective for the 2025 and 26 school year, and the boundary changes as presented pursuant to its authority under ARS 15-34137, and consolidate Desert Sun Academy with Horseshoe Trails Elementary effective for the 2025-2026 school year.
So moved.
Second.
All right, another roll call vote. Dan?
Why can't we switch this up?
Brianna?
Aye.
Jeff?
Well, before I vote, I just wanted to say just a little thing. And this goes for both of these things. And I think some of the speakers have said it as well, that one way or the other, the kids are going to be all right. They'll adjust. It's the attitude and the response from the parents that will help how successfully, quickly, and happily they adjust. So just to keep that in mind. And Ms. Zivchik, you are awesome. Desert Sun is my adopted school, so I've visited there many times, but I have to vote aye.
Well said, Jeff. Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Item 6.4, consideration and approval to close Lone Mountain Elementary School effective July 1st, 2025, pursuant to its authority under ARS 15-34132, and to approve boundary changes as presented pursuant to its authority under ARS 15-34137 as follows. Consolidate Lone Mountain Elementary School with Black Mountain Elementary School effective for the 2025-26 school year, presented by Mr. Dolezal.
President Busby, members of the board, administration moves that the governing board approve the closure of Lone Mountain Elementary School effective July 1st of 2025 pursuant to its authority under ARS 15-34132 effective for the 2025-2026 school year, and the boundary changes as presented pursuant to its authority under ARS 15-34137, and consolidate Lone Mountain Elementary School with Black Mountain Elementary School effective for the 2025-2026 school year.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Dan?
You guys are cold.
Yeah. Sorry.
Thanks. You're not sorry. I'm gonna take a playbook here and speak first. As a parent of 3 daughters in the district, and putting the time in, the effort, many know, it's bigger than just the voices in the room. There's also the voices that aren't in the room. And yes, the students matter, but parents play a role in where those students go. So this is a tough one. I believe in the research that I've done and the focus that I put into this. I unfortunately have to say nay.
Brianna?
This is extremely difficult. I would hope that every single one of you staff members have known that I continue to fight for you every single day. Again, we've never had a crowd this big, ever. And the community we have gone for bonds and overrides, and again, we can say that they're Band-Aids and this community does not continue to pass them. But I actually don't see that what we do today is actually going to solve what our enrollment does in 5 years. We have classes starting at under 300 students by grade 3. It is very difficult for me to not try to capitalize on the amount of attention that we have right now to get what we actually need to change our budget. We can continue to cut, and at the end of the day, I still have no capital because that is how our state funding is set up. In 1994, the state passed its first charter school law, and in 1995, the first charter school opened to start the competition against public schools. Fast forward to 2022, Arizona passed the first universal voucher program, and now 2 years later, our tax dollars are continuing to subsidize now private education to the amount of $825 million in this year alone. That should have brought everybody out from the very beginning. Public schools have been on attack, and we are at this point. I have obviously 4 children in the district. I have a son that came home last week saying his programs are being cut if I don't do this. That is not CCUSD. That is not a community that's going to say we're going to put children first and fight for these programs. I've spent countless hours. I have friends at every single campus and many of these staff that I consider my friends as well. I do not take this lightly. I do believe much more research needs to be done, especially when this reboundary was done. We still have questions of where preschools can go. Now I have 2 very large schools and 1 very small school, which in the beginning this started to make all 3 of our open campuses equitable amongst the amount of students on each campus. This is still not accomplishing that. I have to vote nay, because I need you all to step up. I need you to support us and knock on doors. If the 3 of us can it is the only thing that is going to bring us that golden egg that we need. And if it doesn't pass, community, you know we have to make tough decisions. But if it does pass, it's the funding source we've been waiting for since 2011 and 2014 when we had the most recent bond. In 2011, when we had the override. Again, I know I've hurt many feelings with this decision. I will continue to fight for every single one of these programs because I do not think closing programs helps us out in the long run either. But again, I believe it's necessary to capitalize on trying to get the funding that we actually need that will support us long term.
Jeff?
All right. Believe it or not, I actually came here still without a clue what I wanted to do here. Well, not a clue, but at least some, I've ping-ponged back and forth, weighing a lot of this stuff. Everything that these 2 have said is true. You have to understand the predicament that we are in. It is partly of our making. And so every time we voted, you may have been voting against this district, whether you know it or not. And so it's put us in this situation. So now we're asked to make this choice. Shut down 2 schools, or shut down no schools, or 1 school, and have we don't know effects on what it's going to look like. I think I've asked Superintendent Dolezal a few times, give me the numbers. How much is it going to save us? And I said it here again today. And the response was, we'll figure it out. That is scary as hell, because we don't know what we would end up with. And it could be devastating. And so we have to hold on to this thing, and I don't know what the chances are of that happening. But yeah, the only time this has been this crowded was when dams closed. I was actually out there outside because I couldn't get in. that day, and it was the only board meeting I ever went to when I worked here. I had no idea. But the thing is that we have to, as this community that I've been hearing about all this time, it kind of goes back and forth. It's community and it's my stuff. Don't touch my stuff. And even now today, it's still a lot of my stuff. Community has to override that, I believe. And so if you are a high school student and you're worried about IB being there, come on out and knock doors with me. If you're an elementary teacher and you want your specials and you want your art and your PE, then come out and knock doors with me. I knocked on thousands of doors this year, and it showed. So it can be done. Somebody said, how did the most progressive liberal, I don't know, hippie, I was called a hippie by somebody, get the most votes up here? And I was like, because I went out and knocked on the doors, and I talked to the people, and I told them what the message was. In 2021, we lost by 751 votes. Over 2,000 high efficacy public supporting people did not vote. So we didn't need all of them. We just needed some of them, but they didn't get the message. So even in these times, we need your support. How many of you, I'm not going to ask you to raise your hand, but if you want to, you could. How many of you would still do it if your school closed? I don't know. All right. I'll hold you to that. Okay? That's the deal. We have to do this whether we get our school closing or not. So, all that being said, there's too much at stake otherwise, so I vote yes.
Okay. As everybody has already said, this has been a very difficult decision. About every day, I argue with myself both sides of this coin, and sometimes I end up flipping a coin to decide what I need to do. But the reality is, for a lot of years, this district has kicked the can down the road. And for many years, we were fortunate to have money that we could carry forward, that we could make do with what we have. We've cut teaching positions, we've cut administration positions, and regardless of what we've done, here we are. Is it completely the district's fault? No, I don't think the state does much to help us. But regardless of all of that, as I've said before, I believe in this district, and real honestly, excuse my language, but closing a school sucks. My very first year on the board, I was part of closing Desert Arroyo, and that was baptism by fire. It's not a pleasant experience, but as I said, I believe in this district. I believe in what we stand for, and I respect all of the teachers in this district. You guys do way more than I ever thought a teacher was responsible for. Our students thrive, and kudos to every one of you students that have come here tonight to sit through this meeting for 4 hours. So thank you for coming, and thank you for sharing your thoughts. It's late, so I will stop there, and I will say yes to closing Lone Mountain.
Sorry. Wow. Sorry. Well, again, like everybody said, thank you all for coming out. Thank you for the emails. Thank you for the countless hours of presentations and the time that I've spent with some of you personally, getting questions answered. I appreciate the cabinet and all the work that you guys have done. And it's kind of like I said at the beginning, it's not throwing anybody under the bus. There's no sense pointing fingers. You can look back to the past to the best that you can to figure out how to be smarter moving forward. And I think what I hear in this room is that we have a commitment to doing that. I think everybody's committed to saving our district, to making it be the best that we can, and to really get out there and be innovative, to think outside the box, maybe for the first time in a long time. And I'm committed, along with a lot of you, to doing that too. And in light of that, and the potential that I see out there, I'm voting no.
Okay. Item 7.1, upcoming calendar events, presented by Mr. Dolezal.
President Busby, members of the board, upcoming calendar events are President's Day is February 17th. All schools and offices are closed. And spring break is March 10th through the 14th of 2025.
President Greer, I move that the board establishes tonight 3 standing committees to address the long-term sustainability and success of CCUSD. These committees will be tasked with conducting research, engaging stakeholders, and providing actionable recommendations to the board. Committee number 1, Bond and Override Committee. This committee will evaluate past override and bond measures, assess community concerns, and develop a strategy to measure necessary funding for the district's future.
I don't think we can
Dan,
have anything off the.
It's not
to submit to make it a future
It has to be
agenda
on
item.
Future agenda.
Okay, well, then I submit for future agenda, being how we got our work ahead of us, that we talk about committees.
Okay. Item 8, adjournment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned, and it is 10:04.
Oh my God, well, that was my fault.